tarp is on the field here at Target Field in downtown Minneapolis. Twins and Tigers scheduled to play the third and final game of this three-game series here tonight. The teams have split the first two. The radar tells us that there are a couple of rain cells approaching downtown Minneapolis. That's the reason for the tarp, even though there's no rain falling at the moment. Does not appear that we will start on time here tonight. We'll have a slight delay, but they're optimistic that there will, in fact, be baseball at Target Field. I'm Anthony LaPanta. The Twins took the series opener 7-1. The Tigers squared the series with a 5-4 win last night. And Minnesota lost a half game in the wild card standings. It's amazing how fast pennant races can change. And last night, in a span of about 8 minutes, three teams very much alive in the race had their fortunes turned. Mike Trout went deep in Seattle. It gave the Angels a 4-2 win. They went on to beat the Mariners by a final score of 4-3, and an Angel club that will still play Minnesota 4 times, Texas 4 times, and Houston 3 stays very much alive in the race. Then here at Target Field, Alfredo Simon was outstanding for Detroit, and the Twins' late rally fell short in the night. Tigers won the game 5-4 to square the series, knocking Minnesota back in the standings. And it turns out they're chasing Houston rather than Texas, because Mitch Moreland delivered a sacrifice fly in the bottom of the ninth to win it for the Rangers 6-5 over Houston. Adrian Beltre had 4 hits for the Rangers, who now move into first place in the American League West with that win, a half game in front of the Astros, who now hold the second wild card spot. The Twins a game and a half back, the Angels 3.5 back. Yankees still not safe, 2.5 in front of the Astros. Those same 3 matchups are in place here tonight. And again, Houston is at Texas. Third game of a 4-game series between those two Western Division rivals. Weaver goes for the Angels tonight at Seattle as the Angels try to keep things rolling. And here, it's Norris for the Tigers. Irvin Santana, who's been brilliant lately for the Twins. Santana 3-0 with a 1.23 ERA in his last 3 starts. What's been the key to his turnaround and his recent search for the Twins? Dick Kramer and Bert Blyleven are next.
Fox Sports North is presented by Menards. Save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. And by Ram. Come in and get a great deal on the best trucks during Ram Truck Month. Umbrellas and rain gear are out for the final game of the Detroit Twins series. We are in a rain delay. Impending showers heading toward Target Field will get us started a little bit late. But we welcome you to Target Field nonetheless. Dick Bramer along with Bert Blyleven. The Twins certainly in the hunt for a playoff spot. And the teams that get through the hunt and actually get to the postseason usually have a starter lead the way. And it looks as if Ervin Santana might be that guy for the Twins.
Yeah, Santana brought in to have pitched like he has, especially over the last 3 starts. For about 4 or 5 starts, he was out of whack. But he spent a lot of time with Neil Allen, the pitching coach, tried to correct his delivery, and they found the right formula because look at the earned run average, 1.23 over the last 3 starts, 27 strikeouts in 22 innings pitched. Twins need a quality start here tonight. Hopefully Santana can supply that.
Well, Ervin Santana certainly done well for the Twins. Of course, he can't play in the postseason, trying to contribute and getting the team to the postseason in October. The Twins and the Tigers will get this thing underway. This is the final game this year. So the umpires are actually heavily involved in the decision as to when to start. And we'll have rain delay coverage from Target Field coming up in just a moment. Santana's just finished his pregame bullpen session. He's heading to the dugout. We're just minutes away from getting this game started. We anticipate a rain delay at the start of the game of a little less than an hour, and we'll have game 3 of this series between the Twins and the Tigers. Bert Blylev, of course, in the booth, but also Jack Morris, two guys who led their teams into the postseason at a juncture like this, mid-September. And Jack, it looks like Ervin Santana might be that guy for the Twins, that guy that can maybe lead the rotation into the playoffs.
Well, let's just hope he does. I know we're all pulling for him. He's not eligible, so it's kind of a crazy scenario. Here's a guy that's kind of getting on a roll, and yet at some point in the next couple of weeks, he's going to be shut down, has to watch his teammates if they get there.
Well, you still can pitch game 163 if need be, so hopefully that will fit in that category. But, you know, you did a nice little breakdown of Santana. He had about 4 or 5 starts where he wasn't really pitching up to par, and you did a little breakdown about how Neil Allen worked with him and moved him on the mound.
Well, one of the things he was doing, and we both recognize this, he's flying off to his left side, towards the first base side, and you can see that on the left here. He's standing all the way on the third base side of the rubber with his feet, and as he throws the ball, he kind of spins off his heel a little bit, and he's stepping towards the first base line. Neil saw that, and he said, you know, your energy's got to go towards the plate. And if you do that, he moved him over 6 inches, kind of straightened him up a little bit, angle-wise, towards the catcher. And it's not a drastic change, Bert, you know that, but he ended up finishing a little bit better, and his command started getting better. His breaking ball was better, his fastball was better, and I think that's one of the things that Neil saw, and he was willing to work on.
You know, what I saw right there is his chest. His chest sometimes, you know, as a pitcher, we all went through that, Jackie. You get into little bad habits of opening up too quickly. That kind of drops your arm a little bit, which flattens out the baseball. But what I saw the difference in there, the first one, he kind of opened up and his chest went toward the first baseline. The second one, he went right at the hitter. That allows that arm to get maybe a foot to 2 feet closer toward the catcher's glove.
You know, it's football season, so I'm going to equate it to a quarterback. Quarterbacks that are rolling out to the left, the right-handed throwers, and they're having to throw back across the field. It's a hard pass to throw, but a guy that's in the pocket can stand and use his feet and look right toward where the guy is. And I think that's what a pitcher has to do, too. You don't want to throw to a moving target. And when you're spinning off, Francisco Liriano was one of the worst at it here as a member of the Twins, spinning off all the time. You want your body and your energy to go towards that catcher's glove.
Did you guys do any of the drills that we made note of a few starts ago? Neil Allen had Ervin Santana from the back of the mound start his warm-up tosses, so he actually was stepping up the back slope of the mound. He did what was called the shortstop drill, where he would roll balls up the mound, force Santana to bend over, and as Neil Allen said, you know, you don't see a shortstop open up. Good shortstops are closed when they make the throw across the diamond. So he called it the shortstop drill, forcing Santana to bend over, pick up the ball, and get into a better throwing motion.
I didn't do a lot of those, but I had little things that I always reminded myself. Stay tall, because I wasn't a tuck and drive type pitcher. Stay back, allow my body to get over that pitching rubber, and work out front. How do you work out front? By keeping that left shoulder in. Once that left shoulder flies open, your arm's going to drag.
Well, we all had little, you know, key points that we wanted to remind ourselves of, but the good news is, for whatever reason, Neil and him got together. They agreed on something that works, and his command has been a lot better ever since.
Jack, thanks for stopping by. We'll look forward to your comments on the postgame show. All right.
Let's get a win.
We're just about ready to get going here with the grounds crew finishing up the grooming of the mound. Brad Ausmus hoping that the team can finish strongly, and that in some way that may keep his job for him next year. The Menards batting order for the Tigers minus Miguel Cabrera. He's going through an 0 for 19 slump, so he'll get tonight off. Anthony goes in the leadoff spot. Ian Kinsler batting second. J.D. Martinez, Victor Martinez, Tyler Collins, Jeffrey Marte in for the late scratch. Nick Castellanos, he's got a groin strain. Then James McCann, Alex Avila, and Andrew Romine.
And it will be the person that Jack and I and you, Dick, had a chance to talk about, Ervin Santana, and he's making his 14th start, 3-0 over his last 3 starts. Outstanding. Really 2 good starts against the Houston Astros. His last start in Chicago, he struggled a little bit. He didn't have that same type of stuff he had against the Astros, but he was still able to get deep into the ball game and end up getting a win.
Northland Ford defense for the Twins. Eddie Rosario is in left field. Aaron Hicks is in center. Torrey Hunter in right. Plouffe, Escobar, Dozier, Mauer, the standard infield for the Twins in September. But a change behind the plate. Kurt Suzuki gets a well-deserved night off. And Chris Herman will make the start behind the plate, catching Irvin Santana.
Irvin Santana, 32 years old. They list him at 6'2", about 175 pounds. He faced the Tigers earlier here back on July 10th. They got a no decision. That's the game that Brian Dozier hit the big home run late, and the Twins ended up winning that ball game 8-6.
There are the umpires for this game, and as we said during one of our pregame segments, because this is Detroit's last scheduled game here in Minnesota, the umpires determined when this game would start, looking at the radar and doing some additional meteorological duty. First pitch is up high to Anthony Goes, and the technology is so wonderful now in terms of predicting the weather. 1-0, and Goes takes ball 2.
Now Santana making his 15th career start against the Detroit Tigers. 8 wins, only 3 losses. Very good ERA against the Tigers in his career at 3.47.
And a strike, 2-1.
You know, during the last 3 ball games, we highlighted, you know, the 3-0, 1.23 ERA, 27 strikeouts in 22 innings pitched, but only, and that's a good pitch right there, just missing, falling behind 3-1, only 4 walks.
And now 3-1 to the speedy Anthony Goes. Pulled foul, 3-2.
Neil Allen, the pitching coach, has worked with all the staff here, and I think he's done a very, very good job.
Full count to Goes, and hacked foul.
Goes in his first season with the Tigers, last 3 seasons with the Toronto Blue Jays. Kinsler on deck.
And a leadoff walk to Anthony Goes. What we've seen in this series, first inning runs have decided the outcome of the game. The Twins with 4 a couple games ago. The Tigers scored first last night. Here's Santana's log so far. In his last 3 starts, he's been outstanding. And there was something wrong, clearly something wrong over the 6 starts prior to that.
Yeah, and I think Neil Allen hopefully fixed that, like Jack was talking about, and you know, and what he broke down with Santana, I thought was perfect about opening up too quickly. Now Santana's only had 5 double plays turned behind him.
And he misses up and in. Kinsler's batting average dropping a tick below 300. Still having a very good year. And a sailing pickoff throw with Goes getting back.
Yeah, Goes with 20 stolen bases in 30 attempts. And against Santana, there have been 6 stolen bases successfully in 7 attempts. He does have 1 pickoff.
And a strike. When Phil Hughes started last night, control was an issue. Issued a walk, which is rare for Phil. Gave up 3 early runs. And Tigers never trailed after that.
You know, as a pitcher, you prepare for a 7-10 start, but what's good about this rain delay, it wasn't during an inning. It was before the game. So Santana just pushing back everything an hour. So that should not be an issue.
But again, where the technology comes in, now we have gotten to this point of the season, we have not had an in-game interruption. We've had some delays, a couple now at Target Field and a couple on the road before the start of a game. The ball hits softly to Plouffe. He'll fire across, and Mauer does a nice job keeping that ball in the ballpark.
Yeah, Joe needed his 6'5" frame to get that ball, but Kinsler, who stands right on top of the plate, almost dares you to go inside, which Santana did. He hit the ball sharply, but right at Plouffe. Watch Joe leap right here.
Looked like Goes was going to beat the throw if it had been on target. One down, and now J.D. Martinez. So rare to see a Tiger lineup without Miguel Cabrera in it. He's still leading the league in hitting, but the third longest hitless string of his career, 0 for 19, has given him the night off.
Yeah, his longest a 23, 0 for 23. You have to go back to 2003 for that. So yeah, give him the night off. Twins don't mind.
In fact, if that's a good idea, then having him take, every game off in a week and a half when the Twins are in Detroit, that's an even better idea. Cabrera at 336. His closest competitor in the batting race, Xander Bogaerts, at 321.
J.D. Martinez just one hit in 6 at-bats against Santana, but that was a home run.
Missing the inside corner, and again Santana falls behind.
Martinez kind of had a breakthrough year last year when he hit .315 for the Tigers in 123 games. 23 home runs, drove in 76, and he's bettered it this year as far as power and runs batted in.
Again, Goes 20 for 30 in the stolen base department. Teams have been 6 out of 7 against Santana, stealing a base. And a liner over the reach of Escobar, a base hit to left, first and second, with one away.
Very important for any pitcher to work ahead in the count. You fall behind, and Santana has a good slider, and that's more of a strikeout pitch. But when you fall behind, you challenge that hitter, and it's a fastball up, and Martinez puts runners at first and second. First hit of the ball game.
Victor Martinez came up with the bases loaded 2 nights ago in the first inning and hit into a critical ground ball double play. It was with Tyler Duffy, again struggling with his control in the first inning, but he got a big double play grounder, and the Twins never looked back, scoring 4 runs in their half of the inning. And a first pitch strike.
Any pitcher, I don't care who you are, when you have warm up in the bullpen as a starter for 15 minutes, you come back out, it takes a while to get readjusted, and good pitchers usually struggle early on, and then they get into that good groove. Change up right there. Herman did a good job of keeping it in his glove. Let's take a look at his delivery. See that slide step. You see the chest kind of going toward Chris Herman at home plate.
Up and away, 2-1. How accurate were you through your career in terms of getting a feeling, a vibe in the bullpen as to what kind of stuff you had? Because several times a year you'll hear of a pitcher who pitches a good game but says he had nothing in the bullpen.
I didn't want anything in the bullpen. I just wanted to get loose. I learned early on.
Swing and a miss.
I learned early on, the first time I ever pitched at Fenway Park, Dick. Bob Rogers, Poppy in the bullpen, former Angel catcher, pitching coach, and coach for the Twins early on, told me from the bullpen to the dugout I had the best stuff he ever saw. I lasted 1/3 of an inning. I was 19 years old. I learned a quick lesson. But what you want to do in the bullpen, especially establish a fastball.
2-2. And Martinez grounds it foul.
You control the fastball, then you have, especially a starter. Reliever doesn't have this opportunity to work on your other pitches, but everything at the beginning of each game is control of the fastball, both sides of the plate.
Already been a long first inning for Irvin Santana. This is his 18th pitch. Only 1 out on the board. See if he can get a 2-for-1 special on a ground ball hit to Dozier here. Called third strike.
Yeah, changeup right there. And Victor Martinez, who doesn't strike out that often, maybe looking for something else, kind of froze. So a big strikeout for Santana. Upper part of Fox tracks.
So now 2 down, 2 on still, and Tyler Collins will bat. Speed at second with goes the lead runner. Pulled foul into the Twins dugout. 1 strike.
And Nick Castellanos was scheduled to hit in this position here. Collins right behind him, but Castellano ended up getting taken out of the ball game. A little hamstring injury. But just prior to the game.
One strike to Collins. Inside, 1-1. Collins was in the original lineup. Jeffrey Marte, the next hitter, will take over at third base for Castellanos. So the Tigers playing the final game of this series without 2 of their fixtures. Castellanos at third and Cabrera at first. 1-1 from Santana. Just off the plate. 2-1.
Another changeup. Yeah, Collins 25 years old. A couple stints with the Tigers this year. He started in the outfield at the beginning of the year, then sent down to AAA, and then recalled in late July.
Tapper foul. 2-2. Twins with a great chance to pick up a game in the wild card race. The team they're chasing now, the Houston Astros, and they are trailing the Texas Rangers 7-0. Dallas Keuchel giving up 6 runs in the first inning. He had not given up more than 5 runs in any game this year. 2-2, and now a full count with Marte on deck.
Tried to slide her down and in, but Collins wouldn't bite. So runners will be taking off here.
Santana struggling with his command. 23 pitches, 12 strikes. To the right field corner, and fair into the corner goes. Will score. J.D. Martinez being waved around. Here's Dozier's throw to the plate, not in time, and it's 2-0 Detroit. Tyler Collins hooking one just fair into the right field corner.
There's a 3-2 fastball in, and that's where lefties like it. They like it down and in, and Collins got that and hooked it right down that line. It almost hit the right field line. Look at where that pitch is. Dropping the barrel of the bat. The ball
it did hit the chalk line. Yeah.
This stayed fair. Wow. So a big 2-run double for Tyler Collins and a quick 2-0 lead.
As close as it was to being foul, it was that close to bouncing over the sidewall and into the seats for a ground rule double,
which would have kept Martinez at third base.
So the Tigers get a big 2-out hit to drive in 2 runs. And there's a breaking ball getting a swing and a miss.
Marte, 24 years old, his first season with the Tigers, first season at the major league level, originally signed by the Mets.
Lays off that breaking pitch. It's become a marathon first inning for Santana. He's got a very short start from Phil Hughes last night. The Twins haven't decided when or if Hughes will start again. There's a called third strike. A leadoff walk. Those are never good. And the Tigers got a couple in the first. In this series, the first inning runs won't determine the outcome of the game, with the Tigers jumping out in front 2-0. The Menards batting order, of course, including Miguel Sano. It's Aaron Hicks, Brian Dozier, Joe Mauer, Miguel Sano, Trevor Plouffe, Torrey Hunter, Eddie Rosario, Chris Herman, and Eduardo Escobar.
And for the first time, they'll take a look at Daniel Norris. Norris just coming off the disabled list. He's on a pitch count, about 50 pitches limit. He's on a disabled list with a right oblique strain.
Here's Aaron Hicks, who's been a much better right-handed batter, an improvement from both sides of the plate this year, and he'll face the left-hander Daniel Norris, showing bunt, taking ball 1.
Yeah, Norris, one of the 3 left-handers that the Tigers got in return for the trade of David Price to Toronto. Norris just 22 years old.
And a fastball for a strike.
Scouting report on Norris: a good fastball, big slow curveball, tight slider, and a changeup.
And now 2-1. Twins will face 3 straight left-handed starters, and that's good news for the likes of Hicks and Sano, guys who are starting to punish left-handed pitching. Hector Santiago and Andrew Haney will start the first 2 games for the Angels. That series starts tomorrow night. Hicks drives it to right. It's hanging in the air for J.D. Martinez. On the track to catch, 1 away. And that'll bring up Brian Dozier. Northland Ford defense for the Tigers. Tyler Collins in left, Anthony Goes in center, J.D. Martinez in right. The changes in the corners with Castellanos out and Avila in for Cabrera. Marte and Avila, the corner infielders, instead of Castellanos and Cabrera. Strike 1 to Dozier. Fouled back to the screen, and it's 1-2. Of course, the Twins getting their first look at Norris, and it won't be a long look. Last night, Phil Hughes limited to 75 pitches. The original plan was for Anibal Sanchez to throw the first 50 pitches here, and then Norris would pick him up, but then Sanchez had a painful bullpen session. Strikeout of Dozier, 2 down.
There's that hard breaking ball right there, down and in, and Norris picks up a strikeout, his 35th in 45 innings pitched.
And so Norris gets the first 2 batters, and now he'll face Joe Mauer. Even Joe Mauer's hit left-handers well as of late. Last 12 games against lefties, Joe hitting .357. So you'd like to think that the runs the Tigers got in the first inning won't stand up, but we thought that last night. And it turns out the run they got in the 9th inning was the deciding run of the game.
I thought Simon did a good job last night for the Tigers of changing speeds. Really kept the offense of the Twins off balance all night long.
1-1 to Mauer.
Worked into the 7th inning. Needed some help by the bullpen and got it.
Off the plate, 2-1.
Norris making his 5th start for the Tigers, his 10th start overall. He had 5 starts for the Toronto Blue Jays earlier this year.
And foul. 2-2.
Just his 11th career start. September call up last year for the Blue Jays, and then again involved in the David Price trade. Can wanting fastball away.
Tapper to Kinsler, and it turns out a very easy 1-2-3 first inning for Daniel Norris. We'll take you back to this date, 1993, at the Metrodome in the 9th inning. 2 Hall of Famers squared off, and Dave Winfield got his signature hit of his regular season career, his 3,000th hit, a single against Dennis Eckersley. And then, not to be outdone, 3 years later in Kansas City, Paul Molitor got his 3,000th hit, a triple to right center field. And Molitor with his signature head first slide finishing off the triple.
You know, just watching that, you saw where that pitch was. It was up, and how quick Paul, even at 40 years old, able to get the good part of the bat on it and hit it to deep right center. He was so quick with his hands.
McCann the batter, and a foul, 1-1. Paul told an interesting story today. I didn't know. I was at both of those events broadcasting, but Paul said that he was in town with the Toronto Blue Jays in 1993. They had an off day in Minnesota, so he had the good fortune of going to the Metrodome. A drive deep to right field, and Hunter going back in the corner, leaping and making a catch. Torrey Hunter up against the wall, makes the catch for the first out.
Yeah, we have seen McCann. He has enjoyed hitting here. He hit that ball as good as he can, and that ball right into the corner. And Torrey Hunter had to go a long way for this ball. You see where he's playing, and he goes back. And right at the last second, reaches out, able to get that ball in his glove.
So 1 down at a time when the Twins need to put some zeros up on the board. That's a big catch by Hunter, and here's Alex Avila.
Well, that's why you have won, Torrey Hunter, 9 Gold Gloves.
Strike 1. Avila's seen more time at first base than behind the plate these days. Swing and a miss. An interesting situation for Alex Avila and Al Avila, who is the new general manager. At some point, they're going to have a chat in the offseason, and it won't be your typical father-son chat.
He's just had a tough time hitting. After a first really good rookie year, he just had a tough time making good contact, consistent contact. Had a lot of concussion issues behind the plate. It's easy for me to say.
You ever had one?
I think I just did.
2-2.
You see the numbers the last 3 seasons for Avila.
And now inside another 3-ball count.
Santana all over the place.
And a foul back. We talked about this a couple of weeks ago when Joe Mauer was still catching, and within the American League Central there was a little competition brewing among catchers. The Indians had Carlos Santana. Well, he doesn't catch anymore. Mauer doesn't catch anymore. Neither does Avila, or at least not much. Bouncer to second. 2 down. Let's go back to 19 years ago. Paul Molitor's memories of his milestone hit.
You know, it was something that I appreciated a lot, given the injury history that I had early in my career, to be able to play long enough to join that club. You know, it wasn't ever a goal. It just kind of happens over time, you know. But it's a good memory. You know, it's hard to imagine 19 years have passed, but that's kind of how the game just kind of it marches on, regardless who plays in it at any given time. But
and now up the middle, a base hit for Andrew Romine. 2-out single. Big turn at first. He'll hold up there, and that'll bring Anthony Goes to the plate.
Well, fastball right there. Romine, a switch hitter, is a left-handed hitter, hitting only 240, but got that fastball lined right up the middle. 3rd hit for the Tigers. First time through the batting order.
Goes drew a leadoff walk. So the first inning tonight started as the 9th inning did last night, with a leadoff walk, and that leadoff walk led to a very important Detroit run. And the Tigers, sure enough, got 2 runs in the first. Strike 1 on the outside corner. Twins announced today that Tyler Duffy will start on Sunday in the series finale against the Angels, and Monday is an off day. And that's about as far out as the Twins are looking in terms of their starting rotation. They're trying to monitor, limit Duffy's innings pitched. I don't think anybody, including Phil Hughes, was too happy with how Phil pitched last night. So the whole notion of the Twins having a pitching rotation is kind of a fallacy. I mean, there is no rotation. It's going series to series, and guys like Gibson and Santana would be kept, you would think, on their regular term, but beyond that, it's pretty much open season.
Yeah, when you get into this point where the Twins are at an opportunity to get the postseason, you have to make sure your horses get out there as quick as possible.
2-1 to goes. Now 3-1. Santana's already thrown 43 pitches and just 24 strikes.
4 3-ball counts already.
Popped up, short left. Rosario's there tonight. And that ends it. A better second inning for Irvin Santana. The Twins trail 2-0. Tigers, and tonight's Cold Hard Facts brought to you by Clean Crisp Coors Light. The best winning percentage since August 20th. Well, nobody's going to be better than the Mets or the Blue Jays for that matter, but the Twins on the list, winning 2 out of 3 since then. Miguel Sano will lead off the second for the Twins. Then Trevor Plouffe and Torrey Hunter. A couple of weeks ago, we were wondering whether Sano would be one of those guys, one of those right-handed batters that would cream left-handed pitching, and he's become that type of hitter. Popped up this time behind first base. A long run for J.D. Martinez, and he makes the catch. Sano against lefties hitting .476 in his last 9 games against left-handed pitching.
Yeah, that ball was hit so high that Martinez could have been playing center field and he would have caught up to that ball.
1 down, 4 up, 4 down for Norris, and here's Trevor Plouffe. Leading the team with 79 runs batted in. Wouldn't take much to get him over 90 this year. 18 games to play. And foul back, 1-1. Tigers think that they made a really good trade when they got the pitching jewel from the Toronto Blue Jays, Daniel Norris, for David Price. Down and in, and it's 2-1. It was just a peculiar series of days for the Tigers, who decided they were sellers, at least their general manager at the time did, Dave Dombrowski, and so he sold Price, Soria, Cespedes, and apparently made quite a haul in terms of prospects. Then got called into the office and said he was fired. 3-1, and fouled into the seats.
No, what they got out of Norris is their number 2 pick for the Toronto Blue Jays back in 2011. A young man that grew up in Johnson City, Tennessee. Signed him out of high school. He had committed to go to Clemson University.
High chopper over the mound. Romine is there.
Toronto Blue Jays gave him an offer he could not refuse.
And let's check in with Marnie Gellner.
Guys, Torrey Hunter is coming to the plate right now, and he received a nice honor tonight. He is the Twins honoree for the Roberto Clemente Award. It recognizes a player who best represents the game of baseball through positive contributions on and off the field. He was honored in a special pregame ceremony and said that Clemente played the game the right way on and off the field. Torrey said this guy even died for the cause. So when you mention my name in the same breath as Roberto Clemente, it is special. This is the 3rd time Hunter's been nominated for the award. Each team in Major League Baseball has 1 nominee, and the winner, Dick and Bert, will be announced at the World Series.
Just to be nominated is quite an honor. But you know, Miguel Cabrera nominated for the Detroit Tigers. A lot of it for not only the player you are on the field, it's the player you are off the field too.
2-0 to Hunter, and a ball lifted foul, and Avila has no play. I remember, I suppose it was 20 years ago, Kirby Puckett won the award. He was the Roberto Clemente Award winner. And during the World Series, this happened to be, I believe, the year that Kirby found out he was unable to continue his big league career. And when it was announced during the World Series, wherever the announcement was made, fans at the World Series game gave Kirby a standing ovation. There's a ball driven to the right field corner, and twisting foul.
Of course, Roberto Clemente losing his life going to help earthquake victims in Nicaragua. Plane crash. You know, I know that I did not get an opportunity, even though I came up in 1970, to face Roberto Clemente, but I did wear a Pirates uniform, and Willie Stargell, great Willie Stargell, told me that he was going to be on that plane with Roberto Clemente.
Is that right?
Yep. And something came up and he couldn't make it.
Swing and a miss. Norris has another 1-2-3 inning with a strikeout of Hunter to end it.
Fox Sports North is presented by Century Link, your link to what's next. By NorthlandFord.com and your local Northland Ford dealer. And by Grand Casino. The best stories start here.
A 2-0 quick start for the Tigers. Ian Kinsler will lead things off against Irvin Santana. Kinsler, first time up, hit a line drive to Plouffe. Plouffe threw across the diamond to try to get a double play. It'll be Kinsler, J.D. Martinez, and Victor Martinez. First pitch fouled back to the screen.
Yeah, Kinsler, one of those guys that he's not going to take a pitch. He's up there swinging that bat. He's in his second season with the Tigers after 8 seasons with the Texas Rangers.
A drive to left center field. Rosario over, and he makes a sliding catch. Nice play by Rosario, taking an extra base hit away from Kinsler.
We have seen outstanding defense of these youngsters, both Buxton and Hicks and Rosario. This ball looked like it was going to be an extra base hit. Rosario quickly going to his left, keeping good eye concentration on the ball, opening up the glove. Nice sliding catch for the first out.
That's the type of play we've been talking about, this athletic outfield that the Twins figure to have for years to come. Rosario in left, Buxton in center, and Hicks probably in right field most of the time eventually. The gaps are not going to be a good place to hit the baseball with those 3 running out there. 1-0 to J.D. Martinez. Single and a run scored his first time up. Now a foul, 1-1.
Julio Daniel Martinez, 28 years old.
Grounded to third. Plouffe scoops it up. On target to Mauer, 2 down. You can establish 2015 postseason priority by buying season tickets for 2016. Don't miss an inning of postseason play and experience exclusive sweet spot benefits such as 10% off food and beverage at Target Field. For more info or to place a deposit, call 612-375-7454 or visit twinsbaseball.com/season tickets today. In the 4th inning, we're going to have Twins president Dave St. Peter with us to talk about some revisions the Twins have made to their postseason ticket selling policy. And you say, well, if they get in, they might be on the road. You know, they might not even have a home game. Well, that's what the Royal fans thought, too. And they ended up beating Oakland in Oakland, and they had a lot of postseason play. Backhanded by Dozier.
Good inning.
And Santana has a quick 1-2-3 3rd inning. Off the third for the Twins, down a couple of runs. Carsoup.com trivia question. You know, I've gotten so many of these right in a row. Why don't you take this one?
All right. Prior to Eddie Rosario, who's the last Twins player, the last player to record 12 plus triples, 10 plus stolen bases, and 15 outfield assists.
You can read the question, then you can come up with the answer then too. Outside ball one. Rosario, Herman, and Escobar to hit for the Twins in the third.
Boy, Rich Becker just sticks out in my mind for some reason.
Here's my guess, all right? On Roberto Clemente Day, I'm going to say it's Roberto Clemente. How about that? He could do all of that. He could get triples. He was a great outfielder, great arm. You think our guys in the truck are clever enough to come up with a question
that would involve
Roberto Clemente today? Here's a drive to right center field. J.D. Martinez going back. That ball is gone. Rosario does it again. Number 10 on the year.
Such a sweet swing.
For a little guy, he's got that trait that most big guys, or people who have it, are big. The ball leaves and it just keeps on carrying like he's about 6'3", 240.
Yeah, his fourth home run against a left-handed pitcher, and boy, what a nice swing right there by Rosario.
So it's a 2-1 ball game, and now Chris Herman. And Herman takes a strike that covers the inside corner.
He's firing a lot.
Now let's see. Pretty good third inning for Eddie Rosario. He made a nice sliding catch in the left center field gap. Now he leads off the bottom of the inning with a home run. Swing and a miss, 0-2. Two to one, but yet Norris has yet to throw a pitch from the stretch. 1-2.
What's nice to see about Rosario, 8 of his 10 home runs have been hit here at Target Field too. Home run measured at 403 feet.
Well, that's strike 3, and I'm not sure that's Adam Hamari's best third strike call. I think the umpire got mixed up on the count there.
Now Norris picking up his third strikeout.
I mean, umpires usually put a little oomph into their strike 3 call.
Oh, we know Jim Joyce does.
He puts oomph into his strike 1 call. Here's Escobar. All right, ho hum, right? It's 2-2. Now it's a strikeout. Strike 1 to Escobar. Texas now leading Houston 9-1. 7 hopper to Roman, and Escobar's retired 2 down. And that'll bring up Aaron Hicks.
And that home run that Norris allowed, that's his 8th home run he's allowed in now 10 starts.
Hicks with a fly ball to right his first time up. In the dirt, ball 1. You can imagine moving forward that this Twins lineup might be very fearsome against left-handed pitching. Hicks much better against lefties. Sano starting to really punish left-handed pitching. Here's a ball hit behind second base. Retreating is Kinsler, and he'll make the catch. Eddie Rosario taking over the third inning of this game. A great catch for the first out on the top of the inning, and then leading off the bottom, a long home run to right center, and it's 2-1. game. The Tigers got a couple in the first, Twins getting one back in the third. Now Tyler Collins will lead off the fourth. And the Twins very much in the thick of the wild card hunt. And with us to talk about what you can do if you want to be part of the postseason thrills here at Target Field, if there are any, Twins president Dave St. Peter. And Dave, first of all, it's got to be exciting for you from the business side to be able to even talk about the potential for postseason play.
Yeah, it's exciting. I think for everybody, we got accustomed to it over the 2000s, so to speak. But the last few years, we weren't talking a lot about postseason, were we, Bert? So it's nice to be back in that mix. We think it's going to be here to come here for the next several years. So hopefully we can finish off strong here in 15.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about how you have tinkered with the playoff ticket purchase format and what fans can do and what's different about it this year.
Well, the general public will have their first chance to get tickets on September the 30th, 10 a.m. that day. It'll all be sold via twinsbaseball.com, online only. Meanwhile, if you're a season ticket holder and you have not reserved your seats, full season ticket holders have until this Sunday, September 20th. Partial plans will be able to buy their seats next Tuesday, September 22nd. Important to note that, Dick, because those season ticket holders have had those seats all year. They're going to want those seats for potential postseason games. If they don't secure them, they'll go on sale to the general public like everything else on September 30th.
Now, it used to be for years that if fans wanted tickets, you would buy the whole ticket package to the end of the World Series, but that's not the case now.
Yeah, well, of course, season ticket holders have the opportunity to reserve those seats for the rest of for the entire postseason, but they're only charged for games that are played, and they're only charged really by round. So it is different than it used to be, Dick, and for the general public, they'll have a chance to buy simply a potential wild card game, and of course then the American League Division Series.
Marte fighting off a fastball inside. He picks up his first hit.
A one-out single for Marte, and that'll bring up James McCann.
How do fans do this, Dave?
Well, obviously, twinsbaseball.com will have all that information, Bert, but for season ticket holders, they simply go into their My Tickets account, which all season ticket holders have. If they have any questions, they can simply call us at 1-800-33-TWINS. But we want to make sure we get our season ticket holders really taken care of here over the course of the next few days, with the understanding that September 30th will be a general public concert.
One strike to McCann. Hit a warning track fly ball to right field his first time up.
Dave, you saw this team from day one to where they are today. You got to be excited about what we've seen. I think they're just getting stronger and stronger.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we left spring training with the hope we'd take a significant step forward, and we were hopeful that would include playing meaningful games in August and September. Here we are.
Santana, that's a heck of a play by Dozier in the middle of a 1-4-3 double play. A throw that nearly sailed into center field. Dozier stayed with it. That's one of the most acrobatic turns of a double play you'll see this year. Our thanks to Twins president Dave St. Peter, and the Twins get off the field quickly in the fourth. Thank you.
Dozier just turned one of the finest double plays you'll ever see. It was not, as it turned out, a routine play.
No, you know, here's a pitcher you're taught to throw the ball over the bag, instead not on the second base side. But what a nice play by Dozier. You see Santana having a little trouble getting a good grip on that ball, but my goodness, Dozier able to keep that ball in his glove with the, watch the foot right there on the bag for the force out. And then Marte trying to break it up. Thank goodness he had, you know, Dozier was kind of exposed right there.
Yeah, to make the catch, get the out, and save a disastrous throw into center field is one thing, but then to maneuver to avoid the runner and deliver an on-target throw. A lot of these tonight. Short fly ball to left. This time it's Collins with the catch, one down. So if the Twins win this game, bookmark that play perhaps as one of the key points. Time now for you to tweet your strongest fan photo. Use hashtag NorthDataStrongFan, and you might just see yourself in an upcoming broadcast. Brought to you by T-Mobile. One down. Here's Joe Mauer. The Twins have just one hit. It went about 420 feet, but just one hit against Daniel Norris, who's approaching his limit, in quotation marks, of 50 pitches. Up and away, ball one.
Again, a right oblique strain put him on a disabled list back in August.
And now high, 2-0. On the outside corner.
Norris, a strikeout pitcher throughout his career in the minor leagues. 4 minor league seasons, 349 innings pitched, 384 strikeouts.
I beg your pardon, a strike, and it's 2-2. Joe, as he usually does when he doesn't agree with a call, faces the dirt and says something to the umpire. Both those pitches look like they were at best borderline.
Yeah, that was a kind of a high spinner right there. It wanted to be a slider, but it just stayed up.
Well, they were right there. Look at that. I beg your pardon. I didn't mean to impugn the integrity of Adam Hamari's strike zone. They were borderline. And a swing and a miss, 2 down.
And strikeout number 4 for Norris.
Again, if you want to buy tickets for potential postseason games here at Target Field for the first time, on Wednesday, September 30th, the general public will be able to buy tickets to a potential wild card game as well as division series games played at Target Field. And then beginning at 10 a.m. on the 30th, all you have to do is visit twinsbaseball.com, pick up your tickets to baseball in October. Tickets will be available online only. And with 2 down and a dangerous hitter coming up, the Tigers will pull the plug on Norris after 47 pitches. encouraged with what he saw from his left-hander.
Jeff Jones has been around a lot of good pitchers, and he's got a lot of knowledge. And right there, just listening to his left-hander, and I'm sure very, very happy at the performance of Norris in that 50-pitch limit. He threw 47, only one hit, the home run by Rosario. Al Albuquerque now taking over for Norris, making his 62nd relief appearance. Veteran out of the bullpen.
Driven to right field. Martinez going back. Off the wall, and Sano will go to second base.
I think the wind maybe knocked that ball down.
Absolutely. As was the case last night, a pretty good breeze blowing in through the plaza in right field. And that ball looked like it might be headed up where Rosario's ball was hit. And instead, it hit halfway up the wall.
Well, first swing, fastball. And the power of Sano gets underneath this ball a little bit, but that uppercut swing hits it to deep right field. I think Martinez kind of gave up on it, and it hit high off the baggie or the wall right there. It's a double for Sano.
And now here's Plouffe with the tying run at second. Again, Sano not able to open it up and run at full speed. And Albuquerque, who's known for his slider, has thrown a couple of fastballs here in his first two pitches. When I saw Albuquerque come into the game, and he's recognized as being a slider reliant relief pitcher. One strike and off the plate.
There's the slider.
But, you know, we saw Bruce Rondon strike out Sano last night on 3 sliders. And this guy's known for his slider, and he throws Sano a fastball. Sometimes I wonder about the intelligence of pitchers. Popped up left field.
What do you mean?
I'm sorry, former pitchers.
Is that 3 outs? I think that's 3 outs.
It's a 2-1 ball game. Tigers got a couple in the first, and right now a 2-1 lead as we go to the fifth. Alex Avila will lead things off against Irvin Santana. A little bit of a delay as the security crew has a little problem with the gate, I guess, to leave the field down by the tarp. And now Avila swings through strike one. Mountain Dew fans of the game enjoying the final game of this series, having to wait nearly an hour to get it started because of the rain. One strike. And now a ball. 12-1 Texas with a lead over Houston. If you're confused about what all this means and how this works right now, till further notice. You want the Astros to lose, regardless of who they're playing. 2-1. Now, last night it was the Texas Rangers, but last night the Rangers surpassed the Astros in the standings. So now the team the Twins are chasing is Houston. Up high and another 3-ball count. There's another game between those two teams tomorrow. Santana a little upset with himself. Andrew Romine, the on-deck hitter.
You know, I thought he fought his control in his last start in Chicago. He gave up that 2-run home run to Eaton. That was it. But all in all, the game just wasn't the type of game that Santana pitched against the Astros those 2 games.
Fox Sports North is proud to partner with Girls on the Run Twin Cities to empower girls to be healthy and confident. Join us for the Girls on the Run Fall 5K on Saturday, November 14th at Harriet Island Pavilion. To register, visit foxsportsnorth.com and click on upcoming events. Santana issued a leadoff walk in the first and paid the price.
Watch a possible bunt here. Yeah, but Romine swings through it.
Romine singled his last time up. Romine playing it short for Jose Iglesias. He's got a busted finger. He'll be out at least another week. Double play grounder. Dozier to Escobar. And Santana only got 5 of those all year long. Has 2 of them here tonight.
Yeah, Romine hitting it sharply, and Brian Dozier good feed over to Escobar. And second inning in a row, the Twins have turned a double play. Little easier for Dozier this time around.
2 down, bases empty, and now Anthony goes. He walked to start the ball game and scored on Collins' 2-out double. And then a fly ball to right his next time up. Outside ball 1. When you are a game and a half behind anything, and the team you are pursuing is all but guaranteed a loss, this is a great opportunity for the Twins. And off the outside corner, now it's 3-0 to go.
A couple pitches, not missing by much right there. 6 3-ball counts.
And a 4-pitch walk. He just got the double play grounder from Romine to take care of Avila's walk. And now a faster runner takes over at first base.
The second time he's walked goes, 3rd walk of the ball game.
With 2 outs, I would think a very likely situation for Goes to take off here. Kinsler, the batter. He's hit 2 line drives. 1 to Plouffe in the first inning, and then a drive to the gap at left center. And Rosario cut it off to make the catch. Cleveland beat Kansas City 5-1. And there's strike 1. Quicker throw. Santana's only other appearance against the Tigers was a memorable game, not for anything he did, but for what happened after he left the ball game. He had a very rough time of it against the Tigers. Left, and the Twins were down 6-1 going to the 9th inning, and that was the game. And Friday night here at Target Field, a tremendous comeback by the Twins, capped off by Dozier's 3-run home run.
Twins ended up winning that ball game 8-6. Santana worked only 4 innings. He gave up 3 home runs in that ball game, 6 runs.
2 strikes to Kinsler.
Bullpen did a great job of keeping that at 6 runs and allowed the Twins to come back.
Nice block there by Herman.
Ooh, he was leaning that time.
Yeah, looked like he wanted to take off. First movement.
Popped up. Mauer over. With room to end the inning. Leadoff walk and then another walk, but no damage done. It's still 2-1.
Target Field, and we are in the Minnesota Lottery Winners Circle. We have $100. Wow, we almost upped it. $100 worth of scratch-off lottery tickets, and they are going to Brent and Chrissy from Almena, Wisconsin. They are here celebrating their 15th wedding anniversary. They sat through a 1-hour rain delay. They each have their gloves on down the line here, and that Joe Mauer pop fly, the ball that he just caught, might have been the closest you've come tonight, I'm assuming.
Yes, it has been.
Are you ready for anything, though? Any ball that comes your way?
Yes.
Let me see your gloves. Both got the gloves. Okay, well, I had a foul ball tonight off my fingertips, and I'm presenting you not only with the $100 worth of lottery tickets, the Marnie Gellner missed foul ball tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Happy anniversary. Enjoy that. Put that on the mantle somewhere.
We definitely will. Thanks.
Congratulations, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations. You are both here by Circle, and very, very nice gesture by Marnie.
Yeah, very nice. 1-0 to Torrey Hunt. Swing and a miss, 1-1. Almena, Wisconsin. Now, I need to get a laminated map of Wisconsin because I've got one in Minnesota, North and South Dakota, and Iowa. But I know we have a lot of Twins fans in Wisconsin. But I don't have one. I'm going to have to get one.
I'm told it's near Turtle Lake, Wisconsin.
Okay. 1-2 to Hunter. Eddie Rosario will hit next. Tapper.
Oh, that's trouble.
Hunter getting down the line. Out at first. A nice job by Avila. Keeping a foot on the bag and reaching for an errant throw.
Yeah, I thought that would be a little bit of trouble, but Torrey at 40 years old, not getting down that line as quick as he once did. Marte comes in. It's almost like a swinging little bunt. Marte comes in. You can see he had a little trouble getting that good grip on the ball. Threw it up the line, but Avila dove for it and able to keep his foot on the bag.
He runs just as hard as he did 20 years ago. He just doesn't get there
as quick, right?
One down, and now Rosario. Pulled foul, 1 strike. Hey, I need your advice.
All right.
I always appreciated your opinion. In many ways, I consider you to be my moral compass.
Wow. I think I'm in trouble.
1 strike.
I think you're in trouble.
I'm supposed to play golf tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
And I went out today And I played for what amounts to be kind of a practice round. Just
9 holes.
9 holes.
Right.
And I didn't hit it particularly well.
How'd you do on that last hole, though?
But on my last shot, I threw in a pitching wedge from 140 yards for an eagle. So as much as I want to play.
Wait. A pitching wedge?
140 yards. Yeah.
Normally hit a 6-iron.
Just let me tell my story,
Okay.
or I'll. Rosario grounds one to the right side. Nice stop by Kinsler. Comes up firing, 2 down.
Nice defensive play right there by Kinsler.
We've seen both second basemen come up with some good fielding plays here.
Rosario looking for a hit, and Kinsler robbing him of a base hit.
Kinsler with a nice play. We made a play like this last night. Going to his left.
Very solid second baseman.
Chris Herman will bat. So anyway, and I didn't see the ball go in the hole, which ought to tell you where my tee shot was. I was behind a tree. But now, as much as I want to play golf tomorrow, I've got a chance to wrap up my golf season this year with an eagle. And what, I mean, it gets to be kind of a long, cold winter.
Are you planning on playing 18 tomorrow rather than 9?
Yeah, I'm playing 18.
You have a chance to get a hole in 1.
I know that. But I could put my clubs away tonight.
Don't ever do
Pack them away.
Don't ever do that.
How long has it been since you lived in Minnesota? And I could think all winter long. The last shot I took on a golf course went in the hole from 140 yards out for an eagle. What would, if you were me, what would you do?
I would keep playing.
Okay,
Don't
I'm gonna
give
play.
up.
Going to play tomorrow. It's a 1, 2, 3, 5. Only in Minnesota can you take in a fall harvest that not only promises delicious food to eat, but also tasty things to drink, including Minnesota wines. Visit exploreminnesota.com and learn about Minnesota wineries and vineyards. Share and tag your Minnesota wine harvest experiences with hashtag #OnlyInMN. Wineries across the state celebrate this time of year with grape stomps, harvest festivals, tasting events. Visitors are invited to get in on the fun. There's strike one to J.D. Martinez. Now, just about 5 minutes from where our cabin is in central Minnesota, there's the Scandia Valley Vineyard, and they make great wine there.
I want to congratulate you on that read, John Daly.
Are you disputing what exactly? I got a Mike Polich, who used to play for the North Stars, saw the shot, saw it go in the hole.
Well, I'm not. You told me you got an eagle. That's great, but you said you hit a pitching wedge, 140.
Yes. Are you questioning?
No, I played golf with you before, and I guess I am. Yes. Maybe a 9-iron or an 8-iron.
Now, were you outside at all today?
Was I outside?
Yes. Did you feel the wind?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, so the wind was in your face. You're saying.
Exactly. Yeah. Ordinarily, I'd have choked up on a sand wedge or something like that.
Well, congratulations.
Well,
that's nice. An eagle.
Those don't come along every day.
But you play tomorrow, you can get maybe another one. That's why you play.
You think I might actually get a hole-in-one tomorrow? What happens if I actually get a hole-in-one tomorrow?
You're going to buy everybody in the bar a drink.
I've never had one. Have you had a hole-in-one?
I have had one. And thank goodness it was on a Sunday and there's only a couple guys in the bar.
3-2 to the leadoff man, J.D. Martinez. And fouled back. Victor Martinez will hit next. Then Tyler Collins. Santana's been erratic with his control, 3 walks and a lot of 3-ball counts.
But you know what? This is what makes Santana a good pitcher, because he may not have his best stuff. He doesn't have maybe control like he had against the Astros, but he's still keeping the club in the game. Gave up a couple runs in the first inning.
3-2 to Martinez. Santana facing the 3, 4, and 5 batters for Detroit.
We saw Brad Radke, his long career here in Minnesota, have a lot of innings or outings like this. You get him early, a couple runs, and then able to put the zeros on the board, let the club come back and hopefully win. And Herman and Santana a little confused on what Santana wants to throw right there. A quick trip to the mound by Herman. Santana making his 310th major league start here tonight. And you can see needed 44 pitches in the first 2, but only 30 in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th combined. So doing a better job getting deeper in the ball game by having some low innings.
High strike, a called 3rd strike, 1 away in the 6th. And Martinez with some words for Hamari.
It looks like Hamari is calling the 3rd or that pitch up a little bit. We saw, Joe Mauer question a call, but then we showed it on Fox Tracks, and it's a strike. So strikeout number 3 in a ball game for Santana.
See, there's a called 3rd strike call. He punched him out. Fox Tracks was presented by Ram. Outside, ball 1. Watch the umpire. Yeah, that's strike 3 with authority, with enthusiasm. 1-0. And now off the plate, 2-0. Swing and a miss, 2-1.
94-mile-an-hour fastball. Santana signing a 4-year contract with the Twins over the winter.
Just off the edge, 3-1. 86 pitches for Santana, only 49 strikes. 57% of his pitches have been strikes.
He's thrown a lot of pitches there, and you can see Fox Track says they're a bit outside.
That's to center, but Twins have a man there. A little bit of an adjustment for Hicks, 2 down. Sanford Health injury report. It looks like in a couple of days, Glenn Perkins will officially rejoin the bullpen.
Well, Perkins again, talking to Neil Allen, he's going to rejoin the bullpen, but right now Kevin Jepson is the closer. So when Perkins does come back, don't be surprised, folks, if you see him maybe in the 7th, 6th, or 7th inning, somewhere in there.
Tyler Collins, the batter. And again, just off the outside corner.
Collins got the big 2-run double in that first inning on a fastball, 3-2 fastball down and in that Collins turned and hit it right down that right field line.
In fact, it hit on the line and drove in Goes and Martinez to give the Tigers an early 2-0 lead.
holds it, and it's ball 2. If you're wondering why at this time of night we're only in the 6th inning, it's because of a rain delay of nearly an hour to start the ball game. 3-1.
Nine times he's had a 3-ball count.
And now 3-2. Full count to Tyler Collins. Got him. And Santana faces just 3 men in the 6th. The Twins are still down 2-1. Baseball on Fox Sports North is presented by Toyota. See where Toyota takes you. Test drive one at your Toyota dealer. Toyota, let's go places. By Sanford Orthopedics and Sports Medicine for the everyday competitor in all of us. And by McDonald's, the classic quarter pounder with cheese only at McDonald's, and right now just $3. Santana's gotten the Twins to the bottom of the 6th, having allowed just 2 runs. We've seen him sharper. But the Twins just 1 run down. Drew Verhagen will come out of the Detroit bullpen to pitch to Eduardo Escobar, Aaron Hicks, and Brian Dozier.
Yeah, making just his 14th appearance in his 2nd season with the Tigers. But he worked in last night's ball game. Faced only 2 batters, gave up the 2-run single to Sano, but then got Trevor Plouffe to hit into a double play to end the 7th inning.
Outside, ball 1. Twins haven't done much here tonight. They played this type of game last night where they fell behind early and just could not get over the top. Costly 1-run loss. There's a strike. 1-1. Usually about the time of the game, Escobar gets an extra base hit. Just off the plate. Not far from where the prior pitch was. 2-1.
Big slow curveball right there.
Swing and a miss. 2-2.
Fastball at 94 with some movement on it. Down and away.
It's on the left field line. Twisting foul and into the seats. Collins could cover some ground. That ball had stayed on the field of play. He would have made the catch.
Yeah, we saw that last night too. Now he does shade a lot of the hitters, you know, closer to the line than say left center.
away, 3-2.
Verhagen, 11 walks, 1 intentional, and 18 innings pitched.
Roller to third, picked up by Marte, 1 away. As promised earlier in the game, we've selected the Data Strong fan photo of the game. You can tweet your strongest fan photo to hashtag North Data Strong Fan for a chance to be featured in an upcoming broadcast brought to you by T-Mobile. You know what breed of dog that is?
No,
I don't.
I do not.
Okay.
It's got a lab type of nose.
1 down. Here's Hicks. And there's strike 1.
A good curveball there.
One and 1.
Verhagen, 6'6", about 230, born in Heath, Texas. Played his college ball out of Vanderbilt University, signed by the Tigers in 2012.
In the dirt, 2-1.
Came up last year, made only 1 start. This year, most of his season was in the minor leagues, a couple stints with the Tigers this year.
Strike that's been called all night long covers the inside corner, and it's 2-2.
And that's the important thing you said right there. It's been called all night long.
Well, it's right there.
Yep.
Two and 2 to Hicks, looking for his first hit. In fact, the Twins have just 2 of them tonight. Both extra base hits. Rosario a leadoff home run in the 3rd, and Sano a 2-out double in the 4th. Wind just keeps howling in from right field, and the wind, as much as anything else, has kept the Tigers in front, knocking down Sano's opposite field drive on the ground, skipping to Romine, and an air throw. I think it went into the camera well. It did.
Yep.
And so Hicks will gain second base. So a speedy runner at second with 1 down, and that'll bring up Brian Dozier.
Yeah, Romine, I mean, Hicks hit this ball sharply. Romine had plenty of time to make a good throw and just overshot Vilas. Avila, watch Avila right here. There's airmails Avila. He leaps for it.
Came right. It may have hit our camera standard. That's what Brad Ausmus is coming out to check. The ball came, whatever it hit, it very quickly rebounded onto the field. And an umpire, or the umpires, said that the ball went through the railing.
Yeah, there's no netting down there. There's netting in front of the dugout.
And they're checking whether they can challenge it. I'm not even sure that this is a reviewable call. It maybe should be, but I don't believe this is a reviewable call. No, and it must be a reviewable call because the Tigers want it reviewed.
Now, if it hit one at a post and came back into play,
right,
then the ball is, I believe, still alive.
There's the ball sailing wide, and you can't really see.
Yeah, Butch Davis kind of getting away. Get Butch Davis to move over a little bit, please.
So again, the original call made on the field was that it was an overthrow off the field, meaning Hicks would end up at second base. So they need to find an angle. The Tigers do. Need the umpires or the people in New York to find an angle or a view that says the ball hit one of those posts and came back.
Yeah, I was watching a home plate umpire, Amari. He was down there. He's the one that said, you know, it went into the camera well and awarded Hicks second base. The other umpire, the taller umpire there, Ted Barrett, he's the crew chief.
Marty, that's kind of your territory. What'd you see?
Well, I bailed on the play, luckily, but Rob, who is running our camera right here on the first base side, it hit, I think, the posts on his camera because the sound of that ball and what it hit was absolutely metal. It did not hit like a cushioned post. It made that clanging sound where it hit metal.
Right.
And looking around in this camera well, there's really nothing else that's metal. Maybe the bleacher itself where the cameras sit. But I don't think at all that it hit off the post. I'm almost 100% convinced, although I had my eyes tightly shut as I bailed, that it hit the legs of our camera here.
Well, that was my thought, too. If it hit a padded post, it wouldn't have caromed as quickly as it did. And you saw Romine there. It's an error to him, regardless of whether it's a 1 or 2 base error. But let's listen, and maybe we can tell. Can't tell. Sounded like it hit Dan Gladden's glove in Kansas City the other day. So Hicks right now is at second base, and we'll see what the verdict is.
The headsets are coming off, and he is awarded second base.
And that's why the original call on the field, maybe more so than last year, is so important. Fewer calls are reversed on the field. And so Dozier will hit with the tying run at second and 1 out. And behind him is Mauer. Twins catching a break here on a fairly routine ground ball. It's a 2-base error charged to Romine.
See if the Twins can take advantage of getting that extra out. Romine only his 5th error of the year.
Breaking ball up and in. That's to left. And Hicks is going to get doubled off if he doesn't get back. He's out. Aaron Hicks went too far on a liner hit right to the left fielder.
Hey, you're fast, but not that fast.
And so the Twins' chance to tie the game up in the 6th erased on a line drive double play. Grand Casino story of the game with the Tigers striking first again.
Well, Tyler Collins with a 3-2 pitch and 2 outs. Runners were taken off. He hit a double down that right field line. And Goes and Martinez score for the Twins. Eddie Rosario with a home run, his 10th of the year. That traveled 403 feet. Makes it a 2-1 ball game. Santana, he has struggled, but he does have 4 strikeouts. Has not given up a hit since the 4th inning. He's allowed only 3 hits in all. Excuse me, 4.
And so to the 7th. And Jeffrey Marte will lead things off. Twins have done this with Santana, trying to get an extra inning out of him. They did it in his start against Chicago, his last time out. 1-0. Popped up, and it will reach the seats. 1-1.
107 pitches in 7 innings in his last outing against the White Sox, and the outing before in Houston where he went 8 innings and only allowed 1 run in the 3-2 win through 119 pitches.
1-1. Marte, McCann, and Avila here in the Detroit 7th inning. 2-1. Texas leading Houston 14-3. Astros batting in the top of the 9th. Dallas Keuchel giving up 6 runs in the first inning.
It's got to be a blow to the Houston Astros, who led that Western Division almost all year.
On the outside corner, 2-2.
Good breaking ball there by Santana.
It's tough, and I don't know whether you were ever on a team where, you know, you just get the sense the toothpaste is out of the tube. You know, late in the season, 2.5 weeks left. It's kind of what the Twins enabled or led the Orioles into, kind of a really bad stretch at a terrible time of the year when the Twins went to Baltimore and swept the Orioles in a 4-game series.
Well, you know, a lot of youngsters on that Astro ball club, and they're experiencing maybe, you know, the tightness and maybe trying to do a little bit too much. You know, I spent 5 years in Cleveland. The toothpaste was out of our little container at the All-Star break.
Right. 3-2. And a walk to the leadoff man for the 3rd time. Marte taking one right under the chin.
Yeah, 4th walk for Santana. That's a season high.
Zubas Palooza returning to Target Field. The Twins have a special offer, including a reserve seat for the game on Friday, October 2nd. The Twins taking on the Royals, plus your very own limited edition Minnesota Twins Zubas pants. It's available exclusively by logging on to twinsbaseball.com/Zubas.
After I mentioned that, you know, I was going to wear my Zubas, you know, on the Caravan, I had a lot of people Twitter me back and tweet me back that they would give me theirs.
Really?
Yeah. I only need 1 pair. Throw them in the bathtub at night, let them dry out, and wear them the next day. And sometimes you don't have to do that.
See, I did such a good job last night getting us off the topic, I thought. And then I got to read the promo again tonight, and we're right back on it. 2 strikes now to McCann.
Yeah, Santana's been able to get a couple double plays turned behind him. Brian Dozier starting to loosen up. Excuse me, Dunsing.
Santana's gotten 2 ground ball double plays. Oh, 2. Swing and a miss.
Good slider down and away. Strikeout number 5.
And that'll bring up Alex Avila.
One of the better sliders he's thrown here tonight. Even though it was down and away. Good tight rotation. McCann's a strikeout victim.
Avila 0 for 1 with a walk. One strike. Santana's won his last 3 starts, hoping to finish the 7th inning and then perhaps see the Twins score a couple, give him the lead off the plate, and it's 1-1. This is Detroit's last series here. The Twins have 1 series left to play in Detroit. After this homestand, the Twins play a 3-game weekend series in Detroit, then 4 games in Cleveland. 1-1.
He has been fighting it all night long. That release point, the consistency. But here he is in the 7th inning, only down a run.
In his 3 prior starts, he'd thrown 67% strikes, and his strike percentage tonight 57. On the outside corner, and it's 2-2. Two and 2 to Avila, and now another 3-ball count. Romine's a switch hitter. He's in the on-deck circle, and then goes a left-handed batter. Santana might be extinguishing his chances of completing 7 innings.
11 3-ball counts, and
Dozier with a nice pickup finds Escobar. Double play. He's completed 7 innings. He's had 3 double plays turned behind him, and he can thank Brian Dozier for 2 extraordinary plays for 2 of them. Tonight, don't miss MLB Whip Around on Fox Sports 1 with highlights, instant analysis, and live look-ins from around the league. MLB Whip Around weeknights at 6 p.m. Central on Fox Sports 1 and streaming live on Fox Sports Go.
You saw Irvin Santana getting congratulated right there. Yeah, maybe it wasn't one of his best outings, but I'll tell you what, he battled here tonight. I'm sure that's what Neil Allen was talking about. 3 double plays turned behind him. Rosario made a nice play earlier in the ball game. But it's a 2-1 deficit right now, so Santana kept them in the game.
See if the Twins can answer with at least one. Mauer squares to bunt, takes inside with Marte playing well off the line and fairly deep at third. Now he's in a step or two. And now taking a strike, with Marte creeping in on the grass. Twins with 2 bunt hits in the game last night. One from Buxton, one from Hicks. Off the plate, 2-1. Texas 14, Houston 3, the final score. Twins a game out of the wild card, can make up another half game with a come from behind win. 3-1. Sano on deck.
Well, I mentioned Verhagen. 11 walks in 18 innings. This is a pitch that's not getting called here tonight at all, and it is outside.
And Santana issued 3 leadoff walks, and now Verhagen does here in the 7th inning with Sano coming up.
Irvin Santana tonight, he threw 109 pitches. He was not the best here tonight, but he battled. Seemed like when he needed a good pitch, he got it. And when he needed defense behind him, he got that too in the 4th inning. Remember, the ball hit right back to him. And the great play by Dozier. 5 strikeouts for Santana. Dozier turning the first of 3 double plays behind him.
Here's Sano. And there's a belt high strike.
Sano got a 2-run single off of Verhagen in yesterday's ball game, last night's ball game.
Off speed pitch, tapped foul. Sano pulled a single between short and third to drive in a couple of runs. Got the Twins to within 1. Smothered by McCann. He's already provided so many big hits for the Twins. The Twins are hoping he can provide another one here in the 7th inning.
This is game number 63 for Sano. He's driven in 47 runs already.
2-2, and Mauer wandered from first but got back.
A lot of curveballs out of the strike zone. Really battling that big curveball he has.
Pulled down the line, fair down the line. Mauer rounds second, he'll go to third, and Sano to second with a double, his 2nd of the game.
Verhagen having trouble with a curveball. Sano sat on the fastball. It came middle in. He pulled it right down that 3rd baseline.
And now the tying run at 3rd, nobody out.
2nd double, 15th double for Sano on the season. Fastball rode inside. Sano opened up quickly right over the bag. Marte saying it's foul, but it went over the bag fair.
Big spot here for Plouffe. Infield playing back, they'll concede the tying run. Plouffe takes a strike on the outside corner.
Now Plouffe faced Verhagen last night, hit into the double play. Looking for something up that he can drive.
Fouled back, 2 strikes.
Good swing right there at that fastball.
Verhagen absolutely needs a strikeout here. Plouffe has struck out 104 times and 514 at bats. Trying to put one in play here with an 0-2 count. Foul.
Tried to go up the ladder. He saw McCann kind of sit up. They wanted that fastball about shoulder height. And Plouffe fought it off.
Chasing a high fastball.
And they went back upstairs again. This time Verhagen ended up getting that ball up, and Trevor Plouffe swinging through it. See McCann how he's up. It's exactly where he wanted that fastball.
Box Tracks presented by Carrier. And now Torrey Hunter. And what has suddenly become a critical at bat. Tigers are still conceding the tying run with their infield alignment. And Romine digs one out of the dirt. Ball one. Catcher digging one out of the dirt. Liner off the glove of Marte. Bauer scores. The game is tied. Torrey Hunter driving in his 71st run.
Boy, he needs some breaks too, and the Twins got that right there. Marte went to his left. Ball hit in and out of his glove. Torrey Hunter gets a base hit, driving in his 71st run as Bauer ties the game at 2 apiece. Breaking ball, Torrey going down and hitting it sharply. Marte right off his glove, ricocheted into left field, and Bauer scores.
And so Rosario,
inches, isn't it?
We saw that in the first inning double by Collins. He put it right on the baseline. Twins have tied it up now, looking for the lead. Teammates. Hunter tying the game with a single off the glove of Jeffrey Marte. And Eddie Rosario will come into the batter's box here with a chance to put the Twins in front, facing left-hander Blaine Hardy.
Yeah, Blaine Hardy, a 65th relief appearance. He worked in last night's ball game, faced only one batter, ended up walking Joe Mauer in the 7th inning.
Rosario with a home run against Norris in the 3rd. Swing and a miss. Paul Molitor picking his spots to try to accommodate 4 outfielders: Hunter, Rosario, Hicks, and Buxton. And Rosario sitting against some lefties, but not tonight. Hitting them just about as well as right-handers, and as you mentioned before, 4 home runs now. Close play, and Hunter just got back. One strike to Rosario. And now off the plate, 1-1. So we're talking about hitting 269 against lefties, 267 against righties with his 1-for-2 night tonight. will score, and Hunter to third, and Rosario comes up with his second big hit tonight.
Well, he was robbed of a base hit in his last at-bat from Kinsler, and this time Hardy threw him 2 hard breaking balls, and then he left to look like another breaking ball up, and Rosario didn't miss it. So the Twins take a 3-2 lead thanks to Eddie Rosario. See the breaking ball left right there. Such a solid swing. And Torrey Hunter stopping at second base, but Sano scores the second run of the inning.
And we have a delay here with Danny Santana now going to hit for Chris Herman. This has kind of been Santana's role. He was the starting shortstop this year, now used exclusively as a pinch runner and a pinch hitter. Molitor now with the lead. And for that matter, Irvin Santana is the pitcher of record in the winning side for the Twins if they can hang on to this lead. And now Santana hitting for Herman, who went 0 for 2. Plouffe striking out, but he got a big pick-me-up from the guys hitting behind him.
He's picked up many guys throughout the season, so it's guys picking up each other. That's what the game's all about.
And now once Santana, switch hitter, is announced, Brad Ausmus waits for that. Now he may make another move. September baseball, you gotta love it. Each team with 43 pitchers, 27 position players.
And no room in the locker room.
Hardy assigned the task of getting Rosario, but instead Rosario got him, and the Twins have the lead. The first run for the Twins with a home run, and the go-ahead run here in the 7th on Roberto Clemente Day. I'm just going to say it's Roberto Clemente.
I'm going to say Kirby Puckett.
Hey, nice going.
Thank you. Brett Butler, I played with him in Cleveland. 1985.
Well, you should have gotten this right then. And
Willie Mays. Omar Moreno, I played with him. Heck, I played with all those guys other than Willie Mays.
Or Bill.
I probably could have.
Bill Burton.
I didn't play with Bill.
We'll see what the Twins can do with the rest of this inning. As the Tigers expecting to use a lot of relievers today because of the short pitch allotment for Daniel Norris. Now bring in Alex Wilson.
Yeah, Wilson pitched a shutout inning. He pitched the 8th inning last night through 17 pitches, 9 for strikes. Done a good job out of that bullpen. A positive out of that bullpen that's really struggled this year, making his 56th relief appearance.
Santana takes outside, ball 1.
Santana's a pinch hitter, 0 for 6.
Santana turned over to his best side as a hitter. Much better from the left side of the plate than right side of the plate. Now looped foul over the tarp. And it's 1-1. Santana. Excuse me, it's the other way around. I'm sorry. Santana hitting right-handed, hitting 257, and left-handed just 197. Casey Fiend getting loose for the 8th inning. One and one to Danny Santana. Pulled foul between Butch Davis and the line. Twins were hoping to be where they are, contending for a playoff spot, comfortably above the 500 mark, but they anticipated if that were to happen, Twins would get production from Santana. They did last year. Production from Vargas. They did last year. Instead, it's been guys like Rosario and Sano. 1-2 to Santana. Checked his swing.
And what you're talking about, Dick, are still guys that are still young. I mean, you know, 22 to 24 years old. Danny Santana only 24 years old. Be 25 in November. Vargas, a youngster. Vargas at 25.
Popped up. It'll reach the seats. There's lightning flashing out in the distance. We had a rain delay of just under an hour before this game got started. We're hoping that the precipitation stays away. Two and two to Santana. 3-2. Escobar on deck.
Yeah, Santana, one thing, he was hitting well down in Rochester, hitting over 300. 3 different stints with the Twins this year. Started with the Twins, sent down. Then when Buxton got hurt, he came back up, then sent back down to Rochester.
Hunter, the lead runner at second base. Don't expect the Twins to send the runners here. Santana strikeout prone. Chipped into center field. And goes with the catch. 2 down. That'll bring up Escobar. Escobar 0 for 2, and he has not had many 0-fers in the last month.
Wilson faced Escobar in the 8th inning, and Escobar hit a fly ball to center off of him. 4 and out.
Joyner, staff for Brad Ausmus.
Former teammate of mine.
You played with everybody.
I played a long time with a lot of clubs.
Snuffy Sternweiss, did you play with him?
Oh, I missed him.
Down and away, ball 1 to Escobar. Escobar a little bit better from the other side of the plate.
Well, Wilson's best pitch is a slider. See if he throws it down, and Escobar, we've seen he likes the ball down. There's the fastball up, popped up.
Near second base. Goes, calls off Kinsler. The Twins get a couple, taking advantage of the leadoff walk. Sano with a big double, and they've taken their first lead tonight, 3-2.
Tom Hanneman back with a Mall of America Studio Sports Update. Tomorrow night, the Minnesota Twins resume this homestand at Target Field with an important 4-game series with the Los Angeles Angels here on Fox Sports North. Start our coverage with Twins Live, 6:30 Thursday, immediately followed by Game 1 of the Twins and Angels series.
The Angels fighting for their playoff lives, their playoff hopes anyway. They're scoreless in the 4th inning tonight in Seattle. Eddie Rosario has driven in 2 of the 3 runs with 2 different run-producing hits. Andrew Romine will face Casey Fiend in the 8th.
Yeah, Casey Fiend making his 56th relief appearance. He worked here on Monday night. He had 3 strikeouts in an inning and 2/3 in the Twins' 7-1 win. 3 strikeouts, second time this year he's had a outing where he's had at least 3 strikeouts. Kurt Suzuki now behind the plate, replacing Chris Herman.
Romine with a single and then a ground ball to Dozier that he started a double play with. Down and in, ball 1. Romine, then the top of the order, Goes and Kinsler.
Fiend, 31 years old, originally signed by the Detroit Tigers back in 2006.
Fiend misses in the dirt again. 2-0.
The control has not been an issue for Casey Fiend. He did walk a batter here on Monday night, but coming into this outing for Fiend, he's walked only 7 batters in 56 1/3 innings pitched.
Base hit right field, and Romine picks up another hit in this series. Second one tonight. We'll bring up Anthony Goes, although he may be called back to the dugout, and Goes will be pinch hit for by Miguel Cabrera. Cabrera with throws of an 0 for 19 slump. Will come up with 1 on and nobody out.
For Cabrera, his first pinch hitting appearance on the season. You see the 360, 336 batting average, best in the American League.
Fouled away, 1 strike.
See if Casey Fiend can get a ground ball right here.
Twins turn to double play in the 4th and in the 7th
and in the 5th.
Yep. 1 strike to Cabrera.
Fiend's had only 1 double play turn behind him.
Swing and a miss. Down the middle at 94. Tigers getting the leadoff man on again. Had 3 leadoff walks, now a leadoff single.
Romine at first base, 8 stolen bases in 13 attempts.
Casey pretty quick to the plate. Suzuki in the game now as the Twins catcher. Kurt's had problems throwing out runners this year. Swing and a miss. Cabrera chases, and he's now 0 for 20.
Yeah, that little cut fastball right there. Casey Fiend striking out Cabrera. I went right after him. That little cutter right there fouled off by Cabrera, and then the high fastball, the more to the 4-seamer, and then he went back to the cutter. And Cabrera chased it.
Now Kinsler, who's 0 for 3, he's lined out twice and fouled out to Mauer. Now with Cabrera done for at least the inning, I don't know whether they're going to try to get him out in the field somehow or not. Looked like he was heading back to the clubhouse after his at bat. To right field. Harmless lead, 100. 2 down.
This copyrighted telecast presented by authority of the Minnesota Twins and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Minnesota Twins, LLC.
J.D. Martinez, a single and a run scored in the first, and a ground ball to Plouffe and a strikeout. Strike on the outside corner.
And that's where you want to pitch Martinez right now. You don't want to make a mistake middle in, but we have seen Martinez, a lot of his power is toward right center. And the wind has kind of died down a little bit. Casey Fiend struck out Martinez here on Monday night.
One and one.
Chris Davis leading the American League with 42 home runs. Martinez tied with Mike Trout for 4th most in the American League.
Fouled back, and it's 1-2.
And as those Angels come in, Dick, it's Pujols and Trout that kind of have been struggling in the second half.
Pujols has got a bad foot.
They say Trout is dealing with a little bit of a wrist injury. There's Kevin Jepson.
Nelson Cruz of Seattle started the day with 42 home runs, and Seattle just put 3 runs up on the Angels. I wouldn't be surprised if Cruz didn't contribute to that. 1-2 to J.D. Martinez. Chopper to third, and a foul ball. Foul ball, says home plate umpire Adam Hamari.
Trevor Plouffe, you play it through. You don't know exactly if it's going to be called fair or foul. It's a home plate umpire's call until that ball goes past the bag. You see where Trevor Plouffe caught that ball in foul territory.
He has established himself as the primary power threat in this Tiger lineup. And as good as the call was, it does give you pause because now he's got another swing.
I'll give Casey Fiend an opportunity to get another strikeout too.
1-2 to J.D. Martinez.
Suzuki wanted that fastball away, and it was up in the strike zone. Suzuki again creeping outside.
Fiend's 13th pitch of the inning. Trying to pitch around a leadoff single here in the 8th. Just off the plate. Fiend thought he had the corner. Strike one to Martinez was close to the same spot, but Adam Hamari said this one was outside. And he was right. Full count, 2 down. Romine will leave early from first. Mauer will hold him.
Popped up right field. Torrey Hunter coming in. End of inning. A scoreless 8th for Casey Fiend.
Lead in the bottom of the 8th inning at Target Field, and coming up after the final out, we will look at how youth sparked the rally here tonight. Eddie Rosario has a home run and an RBI single. Miguel Sano has a pair of doubles in this one. Plus, how the defense backed Irvin Santana with 3 double plays tonight. 2 of them outstanding athletic plays from Brian Dozier. Definitely worth another look. And Paul Molitor on the final game of this 3-game series with the Tigers. It's on Twins Live, presented by CenturyLink, and it is coming up right after the game, guys.
All right, Twins trying to win this series.
Thank you, Marty.
Aaron Hicks will lead things off against Neftali Feliz.
Yeah, Feliz making his 23rd relief appearance for the Detroit Tigers, his 41st overall. Started the season on a disabled list with the Texas Rangers, then activated and then designated for assignment. He refused the assignment, became a free agent, and then back on July 11th signed with the Detroit Tigers.
He's really struggled.
Rajay Davis taking over for Goes in center field.
Fouled back, and it's 1-1. Twins found out last night, well, they knew it anyway, but they were victimized last night with an add-on run in Detroit's last at bat, and that ended up being the difference in a 1-run ball game. Twins will try to do that here in the 8th with the top of the order: Hicks, Dozier, and Mauer. Left field line. And on a play. Again, the Rangers made it 3 in a row over Houston. If the Twins win this game, they'll be a half game out of the wild card, the second wild card spot in the standings. And a rookie, Eddie Rosario, and another rookie, Miguel Sano, with a pair of doubles. The big offensive players here tonight. Hicks takes inside to even the count.
Feliz, a closer for the Texas Rangers back in 2010 and 2011. Saved 72 ball games those 2 years, and then went through the Tommy John surgery.
Checked his swing. Strike 3, says Ted Barrett. And Hicks heads back to the dugout, 1 down.
Hard slider down and in, and Aaron Hicks unable to hold up. Take a look at the bat. Going too far.
Yep.
McCann getting it on the first hop.
1 down now. Dozier lined into a double play his last time up. He had a liner to Tyler Collins, but Hicks wandered too far away from second base and was doubled off. Hicks reached on an error by Andrew Romine. Breaking ball down and away. Now 2-0.
Felice only 27 years old. He was the American League Rookie of the Year back in 2010. Also made his only All-Star appearance. Tigers hoping he can find himself the way he was in Texas.
But it underscores the hunger for relief pitching in Detroit, that they would even give Feliz a chance. It's been an Achilles heel for this team when they were winning, and it's become an even more sore spot for them in a losing season. 3-0. Down the middle, a strike.
Well, they started with Joe Nathan, hoping that he could be Joe of old, but then he broke down. Had to have his second Tommy John surgery. Joaquin Soria was there for a while. He got traded.
Tough outing last night for the Pirates. 3-1. Pop straight up in the air. And the wind blowing it into foul territory. Dozier retired, 2 away. Here's what the playoff picture looks like right now. The Yankees in the first wild card chair. And if the Twins win tonight, they'll be just a half game behind the Astros with one more game to play than Houston. But they'd be even and are right now, in fact, in the loss column.
Yeah, Yankees won tonight against the Rays, a 3-1 win. Toronto Blue Jays beat the Braves 9-1.
Here is Mauer. Drew a walk in his 7th inning plate appearance to extend his games reaching base successfully streak. Strike 1. In the event, for instance, that Houston and Minnesota are tied for the second wild card spot, it's certainly possible. The game 163 would be played here in Minnesota. Grounder to second, backhanded by Kinsler, and Feliz has a 1-2-3-8. Kevin Jepsen will pitch through the middle of the Tiger lineup, trying to pick up another save in the series finale.
Kevin Jepsen coming in, trying to protect a 1-run lead, trying to pick up yet another save in a 3-2 ball game.
Yeah, Jepsen came in last night's ball game, got the final out, even though the Twins lost. He threw 6 pitches, 5 first strikes, making his 69th appearance overall, and for the Twins, his 23rd.
69 games, leading the American League. Victor Martinez, Tyler Collins, Jeffrey Marte will hit for the Tigers. At least they're scheduled to hit. Buxton in center field. Moving Hicks to right, Torrey Hunter out of the game. The Tigers used Miguel Cabrera, hitting for goes in the 8th inning. Outside, ball 1. Martinez tonight 0 for 3.
Yeah, after a big night last night, 3 hits with a couple runs batted in.
Pounded foul. 1-1. Seattle continues to lead the Angels 3-0 in the 5th. The Angels the closest pursuer to where the Twins are. They're 2 games behind the Twins starting play today. Down and away. 2-1.
Tried the change up right there. Jepsen, 3-pitch pitcher. Fastball, good movement at times, curveball, and a changeup.
Foul tip. Suzuki can't hang on. Doesn't matter. Strike 2.
96-mile-an-hour fastball.
Now with 2 strikes, Plouffe back to a more conventional position on the left side of the diamond. Escobar shifting a few steps toward the middle. I think in its own way, it's the supreme compliment for a hitter when a team shifts backwards like the Twins do for Martinez with 2 strikes. Realizing that a veteran hitter is just going to try to have a 2-strike approach and put it in play someplace.
He's always been a great hitter.
And it's nubbed. Jepsen, bare hands, off balance throw. Mauer can't hang on to the in-between hop, and Martinez reaches, leading off the 9th.
Yeah, Jepsen maybe had a little more time than what he did throw over to first base because who was running. But with Plouffe basically playing around shortstop, it was a kind of a swinging bunt. And Jepsen goes over and all in one motion just threw that ball right in front of Joe Mauer. A tough play for a first baseman to try to get that ball. Watch that ball lands right in front of Joe and hit the heel of his glove. And Martinez at first base. Not anymore. He'll be pinch run for.
Moya the runner. So the leadoff man on again for the Tigers. They got a leadoff walk in the 1st, again in the 5th, again in the 7th, a leadoff single in the 8th, and now a leadoff infield hit by, of all people, Victor Martinez in the 9th. Outside to Collins. Collins tonight, a 2-run double for the only 2 Tiger runs back in the 1st inning. Dropped a hooking line drive right on top of the foul line in the right field corner. Sliced foul. Playing in his 48th game. He's only grounded into 2 double plays. Twins have already turned 3 of them tonight. Foul back. Jepsen leaving a pitch up. Foul to the screen.
Yeah, Jepsen, kind of like Casey Thien, they don't have a lot of ground balls out of their arm. There's not been a double play turn behind Jepsen yet this year as a Twin. 3 double plays when he was with the Rays turned behind him.
Kicks away from Suzuki, but Moya held at first. Key blocked by Suzuki, keeping a speedy runner from advancing.
That's a ball I think Moya's got to take off right there because of where that ball ended up. You can see right on the other side of home plate. He's got to go right now. Would have been a tough play for Suzuki to throw him out. Ball kept running up the line.
2-2. Into the right field corner. Moya round second. He'll try for third. And the throw coming through, and that will now the runner advancing to second. He's safe at second. Hicks took a gamble throwing to third, and then the relay back to second base. Not in time to get Collins, and the Tigers have runners at second and third with nobody out.
Collins getting another big hit, but the throw to second base. Collins going to the outfield side.
He's in. The Twins poised to potentially challenge, but I don't think they will. And then Collins, did he overslide the bag? They're going to take a look at it. Don't know that the Twins have much of a chance here. But then did he come off the base? Well, he's able to keep his fingertips on there. It's the 9th inning. It's a freebie for the Twins, I guess. So the Tigers coming back on the Twins. Second and third, nobody out.
You know, the month of September, we talk about clubs that are out of it, but it also gives young men an opportunity to apply a job next year. And Collins has had 2 very good at-bats here tonight. And that 2-run double in the first inning right there, fought off a fastball and hooked it into right field.
The Tigers getting an infield hit from Victor Martinez. And now what might have been a single, and maybe still will be ruled a single, and it's a safe call at second base. A single and down to second on the throw, putting Collins at second base. And now the call is confirmed. Nick Castellanos was in the original starting lineup on a late scratch with a groin strain. So Marte, the batter, he's reached twice with a single and a walk. Twins playing even with the bases on the corners and deep up the middle in the infield.
Well, you saw manager Paul Molitor show at Joe Mauer, hey, watch the push bunt right here. Romine did it the other night.
On the ground, past Escobar. Moya scores. Collins will score, and the Tigers take the lead. First blown save for Kevin Jepsen. He came into the game in a Twins uniform with an opponent batting average of 130. And he's given up 3 straight hits here in the ninth.
Well, Marte, who was not even supposed to play, ends up getting his second hit and driving in a couple runs. Now the Tigers have a 1-run lead. A breaking ball. Marte hitting it past the diving Escobar in the center field. And Moya and Collins score.
2 in the first, 2 in the ninth. Still nobody out. And here's James McCann. It's looped foul and will reach the seats.
Tigers 3 straight hits.
Jepson is in a Twins uniform. 20 innings, only 9 hits. McCann with a warning track fly ball to right in the second. Comebacker to the mound, a double play in the fourth, and then a strikeout in the seventh. One strike to McCann. And a bunt foul, 2 strikes. Now you look to the bottom of the ninth, and the Twins will send up the middle of their order, starting with Sano, then Plouffe, and then Buxton, who entered the game for Hunter. Twins have a full bench minus Danny Santana and Kurt Suzuki. And Buxton, who entered the game defensively. 2 strikes. And now 3. 1 down.
Yeah, good breaking ball right there. Gets the first out of the inning. McCann striking out for the second time in the game.
What's next? Brought to you by CenturyLink. 4 with the Angels. Again, a couple of left-handers in the series. Twins will go with a lefty and 3 righties. Here's Avila. One and 0. Couple of ground balls to Dozier for Avila. One of them turned into a double play, a walk in the 5th inning. One and 1.
Change up right there by Jepson.
Rondon getting warmed up for his 3rd appearance of this series. And now 2 and 1. Hard to right field, and Hicks fields it on a hop. 4th hit of the inning against Jepson. And that'll bring up Romine, who's already got 2 hits tonight.
Yeah, that's just a location right there for Jepson. Just everything has been pretty much right there. Can't do much about Victor Martinez's swinging bunt, but Collins got a fastball about belt high and lined it into right field. Marte hit the curveball up the middle. And then Avila right there picks up a hit off a fastball.
Just going to say there's nobody warming up in the Twins bullpen. That's about to change. Romine with a double play grounder and 2 singles. Singled off Casey Fiend last inning, and then Fiend got the next 3 batters. Missing inside, a ball. Foul back. Romine batting 9th. Rajay Davis on deck. Barring a double play, he'll have his first at bat of the series. Checked his swing. 2-1. Twins, of course, had that dramatic come from behind win in the 9th inning here on July 10th, and the Tigers probably feel they owe the Twins a few because of that game. Blaine Boyer warming up now in the Twins pen. 2-1. 3-1. This has been an odd outing for Jepsen, who's only given up 9 hits since coming over in late July. Usually when he's gotten in trouble, it's been with his control, and now he's threatening to walk. The base is full.
Yeah, Blaine Boyer hurrying up and getting loose, because if he walks Romine, he might be out of the ballgame. He's your closer right now. You don't want him to throw 30, 40, 35 pitches in an inning. 23 already.
Full count with 1 down. Fouled back. This is one of those baton games. It worked out just fine for Paul Molitor. Got 7 innings from his starter. Handed over to not Trevor May in this instance, but Casey Fien, who's pitched in the role and succeeded in the role many times. He did fine in the 8th. And he handed to the closer, and just hasn't been Jepsen's night here tonight. Another 3-2. Could be 2. To the bag. 4th double play the Twins have turned tonight, but the Tigers, we got 2 in the 1st, got 2 more in the 9th, and Miguel Sano will lead off the bottom of the inning. Twins scored a run last night in the 9th, and they desperately need at least 1 here tonight. Between an ending and a finish. Endings are imposed and inflicted. Struck him out. Got him. Breaking ball got him. Finishes are earned and celebrated. Trevor Plouffe walks them off. The most electric moment at Target Field in years. It's the last word, the closing act, the final step, the whole point. We don't remember the start. We never forget the finish. The ball hooked down the right field line into the corner. Suzuki will score, and Escobar gets the big double. Miguel Sano will lead off the bottom of the 9th. He'll be followed by Trevor Plouffe. Then Byron Buxton is scheduled, facing Bruce Rondon, who struck out Sano last night.
Yeah, look for the slider.
And there's a fastball down the middle. He struck out Sano last night on 3 straight sliders. He hadn't thrown one in the entire 9th inning until Sano came up. Got a trip to the mound from his pitching coach. 3 sliders later, the game was over.
Yeah, Rendon worked here on Monday night and last night, and he's out there again.
And he got a fastball away and fouled it to the screen quickly. 0-2.
On Monday night, a shutout inning. And remember, he was kind of moving his arm around. There was concern about his forearm that he has had injuries with this year.
Seen 2 fastballs. 0-2. And a breaking ball held by McCann, but not called by Hamari.
Well, Sano and the Twins got away with a pitch right here.
Right under the mask of the umpire. 1-2. And McCann to the mound.
Now, Rendon threw 20 pitches last night, 13 for strikes, and the first 17 were all fastballs. And he threw nothing but 3 very good changeups to Sano. Picked up his 5th save of the year.
Inside with a fastball at 100. And it's 2-2. You see the breaking ball and you see the velocity, and you realize that the biggest issue that Rendon has always had is control. Inside nearly hit him, and it's 3-2. Having seen enough of them the last 3 games, Rendon reminds me of a slightly larger version of a pitcher the Twins had. He went on to great success with the Boston Red Sox, Rich Garces, who was a hard-throwing right-hander. Full count to Sano, starting the bottom of the 9th. Walked him. He had him 0-2 and lost him. And we'll see who the Twins pick to pinch run for Sano.
And we have seen that before from Sano, how he has the patience to foul off some pitches, little pitch by pitch. Rendon coming right after him. Fastball. Another fastball fouled off. And then this pitch right here. Ooh, Twins got a break right there. That's a strike. But then the fastball in, even the count 2-2. Then he almost hit. I don't know what that pitch was. And then he tried the slider. He left up.
You weren't in Kansas City, but you watched the game. Remember, Sano got an extra strike in the 12th inning in his pinch hitting appearance against the Royals and ended up hitting the home run. Yep. Nunez will run. Plouffe at the plate. And it gets away from McCann, and Nunez will go to second base. McCann has not committed an error behind the plate ever in his big league career.
Right, there you see.
He just got crossed up or something.
Tried to backhand that ball rather than get in front of it, and it'll be a wild pitch.
Oh, I thought that'd be a pass ball. Nunez with very good speed. He's the tying run at second with nobody out. 1-0 to Plouffe. Swing and a miss. The wild pitch, pass ball, whatever you want to call it, it's huge because Trevor Plouffe is leading the big leagues in ground ball double plays. And now they have changed it to a pass ball. I think that's justice, don't you?
Yes, I do. It's a ball that he should have caught.
1-1 to Plouffe. Breaking ball right where that pitch was to Sano, and neither one was called. It looked like that was over the inside corner. That one was in off the plate. 2-1 to Plouffe.
Not by much.
Such a difference between a 1-2 count and a 2-1 count.
Buxton on deck.
Now Rondon, even though he's worked the last couple nights, doing well. 28 innings, 17 walks. Make it 18 now with Sano.
Remember in the 9th inning last night, Trevor May uncharacteristically walked the leadoff man, and it cost the Twins the game-deciding run. Now Rondon has walked Sano and is in danger of doing the same thing to Plouffe. Lifted down the right field line, chased by Avila. It's out of play now, 3-2. Twins have 6 walk-off hits. 1 against the Tigers, that's the Dozier home run on July 10th. 1 provided by Plouffe, the very first one in the middle of April against the Indians. He hit a home run to give the Twins the win. First order of business, getting Nunez in from second base.
And Trevor calling time.
Three and 2 to Plouffe. Down the line, a fair ball. Nunez rounds third. He will score. And Plouffe to second base with a game-tying double.
Plouffe.
And the Twins get one in the 9th, and now are looking to win it in the 9th.
You know what? He went with his third best pitch right there, a changeup. Let's take a look pitch by pitch. That ball getting away from McCann. Plouffe swinging at a pitch, and then that curveball just missed inside. Got the count 3-1. Plouffe fouled it off, and then a changeup or a breaking ball that stayed right there, and Plouffe way out front, but hooked it right down that third baseline, out of the reach of Marte. That scores Nunez to tie the game at 4 apiece. For Trevor Plouffe, his 80th run batted in.
Shane Robinson now running for Plouffe in a bunting situation. That might have been the gist of the meeting on the mound with Brad Ausmus, the pitcher, and the entire infield. Buxton has worked so hard on his bunting. It's a work in progress. There have been signs of progress working on bunting for a base hit, but here the call will be to just square and put it on the ground.
That's the thing. Don't worry about the base hit. Just square around and lay it down.
Buxton's first plate appearance. Rosario on deck. And the Tigers might be creative depending on what happens in this plate appearance. Nearly to the backstop. Ball 1.
Yeah, Tigers have nobody warming up in the bullpen, so this is Rondon's situation. He's going to try to work out of it.
Had a 2-run lead last night and gave one back. Came up with the big strikeout of Sano, but this is the concern as the Tigers move forward, looking for a closer and trying to figure out whether Rondon is a candidate at all. A leadoff walk has set up this 9th inning rally. Buxton deadens the ball, and the flip to first in time to get Buxton, but on the play Robinson goes to third. When it left home plate, that was a little scary, but he had some backspin on it.
Well, he did his job right there, advancing Robinson 90 feet away from a Twins victory. Squares around. Trying to deaden the ball right there, which he's able to do. Rondon has only one play, and it's the out at first.
Last time we saw Buxton try to drop a sacrifice bunt down, you saw a lot of bat movement, bringing the bat up and then bringing it down. There you saw him just hold it and drop the bat on the ball. Rosario will be walked. The outfield is already in. And the runner at third, Robinson, being held by Marte. Kurt Suzuki getting loose for his first plate appearance. Big hit in the inning so far. Trevor Plouffe game-tying double. And Rosario will fill first base with an intentional walk, and Suzuki comes to the plate. Suzuki with 12 ground ball double plays on the year, and that's what the Tigers are counting on here. Suzuki staring at Gene Glenn, who's looking past Suzuki into the Twins dugout. A lot of things could be in play here on the Twins side. Suzuki, the toughest Twin to strike out. Nearly 400 at bats, 52 strikeouts in this day and age. That puts him among the league leaders.
I'm looking more at the middle infielders where they're playing, and they're playing about halfway.
We've seen one sacrifice bunt. We could see another.
Outfield very shallow.
Rosario to second base and a bluff throw. So that takes a double play out of the picture. And now Suzuki may be walked.
Now the middle infielders coming in.
Did you walk Suzuki here?
Yeah. There's that question. Suzuki's got to be ready for that fastball.
Fouled away, 2 strikes. This is where Kurt's been so tough. So tough to strike out. The Tigers are going after him rather than filling first base. And perhaps Rondon's control issues come into play there. Do you do that with Rondon on the mound, who is strike challenged? And more than anything else, maybe why they didn't intentionally walk Suzuki and now have him in an 0-2 count. Grounder to short. Coming home, Robinson out at the plate. A good play by Romine, throwing to McCann. Rosario now at third. And we'll see if the Twins challenge. Paul Molitor can do this. Now, he used a challenge earlier this inning.
Suzuki hit this ball sharply. The one little hop right there. Romine right on the mark to McCann. That all he has to do is get it and then tag Robinson out. You can see getting him on the back before Robinson can slide and get that hand on home plate.
Remember, the Twins used their challenge on the top of this inning when Collins ran to second on Hicks's throw to third, but now they're asking the umpires, hey, game's on the line here. That's the winning run or it's not, and I think we showed it is not. But this is how this is supposed to work. The umpires realizing the game is on the line, and the umpires are taking a second look at this call at the request of the Twins manager. And there's the tag with Robinson's hand 8 inches from the plate.
Got him on the left shoulder right there. That was a very, very good play by Romine. And in a nice firm tag by McCann. Didn't take him long. He is out.
So yeah, Romine picking up a tough hop and then making a perfect throw. If the throw had been at the plate or on the first base side of the plate, right, Robinson's got room to slide and score. Well, as we went into this inning, we showed you the last Twins walk-off hit here. It came on August 11th against the Rangers when Escobar hooked a double into the right field corner.
Escobar hitless tonight, and as we said back in the 7th inning, he has not had many offers since becoming the everyday shortstop.
We've seen Rondon bounce a couple balls too that got away from McCann, with Rosario at third. Has to be ready to take off in case.
Tigers are not holding Suzuki. He'll go to second on the pitch, and the pitch is a called strike. One strike to Escobar. Left and into the seats, foul. Rondon ahead of him 0-2. 20 pitches last night. This will be number 24 tonight. Two to Eduardo Escobar. Another foul over the Tiger dugout.
Going right after him with that fastball.
Tied it up in the 9th. Now looking to win it in the 9th. One and two. With every pitch to Escobar, Rosario, the runner at third, is fainting down the third baseline, trying to get Rondon to balk.
He has yet to throw a slider like he did to Sano last night. He's really fighting that breaking ball. The fastballs are straight, but they're at 99 miles an hour.
One and two. McCann, his catcher last night, said those were the 3 best sliders Rondon has thrown all year long. To get the biggest hitter in the Twins lineup out and to save the game.
Well, he tried 2 breaking balls there and not even close. So if you're Escobar, you have to be looking dead red, meaning fastball.
Two and two. To center, short center. Davis coming in, and we will head to the 10th inning. With the Twins tying it up, we have extra innings, at least one of them, here in Minneapolis.
Presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky, feed your wild side. And Blaine Boyer, now in the 10th inning, will face the top of the Tiger order. Right now, there's Rajay Davis, then Ian Kinsler, and J.D. Martinez.
Yeah, Blaine Boyer worked in last night's ball game. 2 shutout innings, did give up a hit and a walk, but threw 31 pitches, 20 for strikes, making his 61st relief appearance.
Davis entered the game after Cabrera's pinch hitting appearance in the 8th inning. We'll see if Boyer can get the leadoff man out. That has been the biggest issue for the Twins. There's a pitch chopped to the second baseman, Dozier.
That should do it.
That takes care of it. Leadoff walks, leadoff hits. It's been a nail-biting inning just about every time out there for every Twins pitcher. 1 down. Nunez in at third base. And Shane Robinson in left field. Twins with the pitcher spot coming into play now, with Nunez entering the game. Chopped up the middle, and Dozier will be able to knock it down. That's it. Kinsler gets a 1-out hit. So the Twins have the pitcher spot in play now. No designated hitter, and that'll be in the 7th spot on the batting order.
Yeah, Kinsler picking up his first hit, jumping on that first pitch. So Boyer 2 pitches, 1 out, 1 base runner.
J.D. Martinez will bat. Martinez with a single back in the first inning. Since then, 0 for 3. Boyer's had an issue holding runners. Kinsler still able to steal a base. On the outside corner. Swing and a miss. And it's 0-2. Like Martinez might have been a little tardy with that swing.
Yeah, Martinez hit a double off of Boyer to lead off the 6th inning last night. 1 for 4 in a ball game. Scored a run in the first inning.
1 out. A man on, and 0-2 now to J.D. Martinez. Moya hitting in Victor Martinez's spot, the on-deck batter. Got him. 2 down. And now Moya will come to the plate.
Yeah, slider right there. And Martinez, you don't see him have these type of swings too often.
Well, Boyer might have just been practicing his slider for this at bat. 2 nights ago, Moya struck out 4 times on 14 pitches with 1 breaking ball after the other.
Oh, there were curveballs basically from Tyler Duffy, who struck him out 3 times.
Moya 8 at bats, 6 strikeouts since his call up. There's a breaking ball down and in. Moya laid off the pitch. 1-0.
Yeah, Moya tremendous power. This year in the minor leagues, 23 home runs, drove in 82 runs on 135 games.
Single and a triple in the big leagues this year. 1-0. And an off-speed pitch over for a strike, 1-1, and Moya looks back.
Amari's saying, wait a minute, you're 6'6".
Also might have brought up the fact you've got 16 big league at bats. 1-1. There goes Kinsler, and it's outside Suzuki's throw. Not in time.
Kinsler got a great jump. You know, we can talk about Suzuki maybe not throwing out a lot of base runners, but you have to look at the pitchers that they have run against. And right there, look at Kinsler. First movement, he takes off. There's a good throw by Suzuki, but Kinsler stole that off of Boyer.
With the big leg kick, no slide step from Boyer. And now 2-1 to Moya. Chop to the right side. Mauer to the bag, inning over. Boyer pitching a clean, relatively clean 10th inning. A scoreless 10th inning. How about that?
That sounds good.
A difficult night here tonight. A mistake on the bases, a mistake in the field, and now all comes to his at bat here in the 10th inning. A liner to left. Hicks had reached on an error, but he strayed too far from second base and was doubled off. Twins were down a run at the time. Then in the 9th inning, a base hit to right field, and Hicks came up firing to third, trying to keep the tying run from advancing there. But instead, what turned out to be the go-ahead run went to second.
Well, you want to be aggressive with your throw, but what you want to do is get that ball down to Escobar. You saw Escobar being the cutoff man. You want to throw it at him, and that allowed Collins to get in the scoring position at second base. Jose Valdez coming in, making just his 5th appearance in his rookie season. A couple stints with the Tigers this year. Recalled on the 4th of September. Hard throwing right-hander. Basically fastball, slider, changeup. Just 25 years old, out of the Dominican Republic.
It'll be Hicks, 0 for 4. He reached on the error in the 6th. Then Dozier, then Mauer.
7th reliever used here tonight by Brad Ausmus. Remember, Daniel Norris was on a pitch count. He ended up throwing 47 pitches, so the bullpen has been used.
Hicks to lead things off. First pitch bounced foul.
Twins trying to get the leadoff man as they did in the ninth. They've got the leadoff man on 3 times in this game and scored a run each time. Twins got a leadoff home run for Rosario, so he went all the way around the bases. But then a leadoff walk in the 7th to Mauer, and the Twins scored twice. Leadoff walk in the 9th to Sano, and they tied it up. One and one. On the outside corner.
Good running fastball and an easy 97 miles an hour.
To the right field corner, but foul. Fans have endured a lot here tonight. A long game that started about an hour late. Hoping to stick around for a thrill. The Twins with a chance to get within a half game of the second wild card spot. That's to the other foul line and back into the seats.
Valdez originally signed by the Tigers in 2009, spent the season down in AAA as a reliever. 42 ball games down in AAA. 43 strikeouts and 57 innings pitched.
Another 1-2, and Hicks takes down and away 2-2.
Tried the changeup right there.
Tigers have an off day tomorrow. They'll fly home to open up a homestand Friday. A piece to stay alive.
Good battle right here for Aaron Hicks.
Two and two to the leadoff man here in the bottom of the 10th, and now 3-2. Talked about this in recent weeks. One of Hicks's attributes is his patience. Some of that has gone away with just generally a more aggressive approach at the plate, but he still does a nice job generally of keeping the ball in the strike zone.
Well, I haven't seen Valdez before, but he's thrown 8 pitches, and the only ones he's been able to get over is a fastball. Missed with a changeup, missed with a couple breaking balls. So on a 3-2 pitch, what do you think he's going to throw?
Taken for ball 4.
Fastball low.
The 3rd inning in the last 4 where the Tigers have issued a leadoff walk. That's a heck of a walk.
That was a good plate appearance right there by Aaron Hicks. Fought off some very good fastballs. Took the breaking balls, the changeup, and then took the fastball down.
And now Dozier, who back on July 10th may have changed the fortunes for the Tigers throughout 2015. A 3-run home run, capping off a 7-run rally, giving the Twins a win that many people feel the Tigers have never recovered from.
You got the speedy Hicks at first base.
Down and away, ball 1.
Now the slide step. Hicks with 11 stolen bases in 14 attempts.
One and 0. Oh, what a pickup by McCann. That pitch was in the dirt, and he nearly caught it cleanly, but he did keep Hicks at first. Charged with a pass ball in the 9th inning, but
yeah, that ball landed 4 feet in front of home plate.
Not sure that's how you teach it. That's kind of what got him in trouble on the pass ball, backhanding it. Now Jeff Jones to Chet to Valdez.
Jeff Jones talking to a young man, again making just his 5th Major League relief appearance. Said his piece, marches back toward the dugout.
Well, McCann's caught every inning of this series. And that backhanded stop of the pitch in the dirt, maybe a game saver for the Tigers. Ian Kroll warming up. Swing and a miss, and it's 2-1. McCann very good at throwing out runners behind the plate. Three and one. Mauer on deck. Dozier's drawn 58 walks on the season. Hicks with about a 4-foot lead off of first.
Well, Brian's got to be looking for one thing right here. Fastball middle in. He likes to pull that ball. We all know that.
Middle in and up, perhaps.
Outfield playing very deep.
Swing and a miss. 3-2.
Now, do you send Hicks here? You mentioned McCann behind the plate. Very good. Very strong arm.
I would think with
Valdez looks like he's pretty quick home, too.
Dozier doesn't ground into too many double plays, but he's struck out 135 times. Hicks stays put, and the pitch tapped toward third, and a foul ball. You know, in Dozier's case, he runs well. He's been able to stay out of a lot of double plays. But with McCann behind the plate, you run a very high risk, I would think, of playing into a double play the other way.
Plus, Paul Valdez, I think what we've seen, very quick home, too. Saw Marte make that play right there and finish it to throw to first. Saw Trevor Plouffe earlier in the ball game do the same thing. Even though that ball was foul.
Full count to Dozier. Pitch number 16 for Valdez. Hicks goes, and the pitch hit to left field, a base hit. And Hicks went into second pretty tentatively, wanting to make sure that ball hit the ground, remembering what happened in the Dozier at bat in the 6th. First and second, nobody out.
Brian hit that ball so hard that there's no chance for Hicks to go to third. We saw Kroll warming up in the bullpen. Fastball right there. Good swing by Brian Dozier, lining it in the left field. He gets his first hit of the game. And runners at first and second with nobody out.
Hicks taking off. He sees the ball hit, and then just for a second there, he wanted to make sure. Joe Mauer will face Ian Kroll. He's faced him 3 times, gotten a hit.
Twins threatening to win it in the 10th here in Minneapolis. One of the fastest players on the team is at second base. He is the winning run. Ian Kroll's job is to keep him there, keep him from scoring. First and second, nobody out in the 10th.
Yeah, Ian Kroll up and down between the AAA and the big leagues. 4 different stints, making his 29th relief appearance. You can see the high earned run average. 13 walks, 23 strikeouts, and 22 in the 3rd innings.
Joe Mauer's had over 5,000 big league at bats. He has had 1 walk-off hit, and it came over 8 years ago. July 15th, 2007, an RBI single. And so he comes up the most prolific hit gatherer the Twins have had in the recent era. You can see what he's done this year with men in scoring position. So in that sense, the ideal man to end this game in the 10th. High and tight.
Yeah, Kroll with a good fastball, curveball, changeup.
Sano up in the top step. He's out of the game. 2-0. Oh, maybe a couple thousand fans left here, starting a "Let's Go Joe" chant. And this game started about an hour late because of rain. Nunez on deck.
I mentioned the 13 strikeouts for Kroll, or excuse me, walks in 22 1/3 innings, and he falls behind here to Joe Mauer.
It was a leadoff walk that started a 2-run 7th, a leadoff walk with a game-tying run in the 9th, and now a leadoff walk in the 10th. 3-0 to Mauer. Will be taking here, one would suspect. And he takes a strike. Mauer really picking it up, particularly against left-handers coming into the game. In his last 12 games against left-handed starting pitching, hitting .357. But hitless so far tonight. At the knees, 3-2.
Right, went with a breaking ball right there on a 3-1 pitch.
The Tigers are elected to have Andrew Romine, their shortstop,
the infielder in charge of keeping Hicks as close to second as they can rather than Kinsler. So that's opening up a little bit more of the left side of the infield where Joe typically hits the ball. Swung, missed, and Mauer strikes out. One away.
Yeah, Kroll reaching back and throwing a 97-mile-an-hour fastball past Joe Mauer. So the 3-1 breaking ball, and then the fastball that Joe just swings through.
And now Nunez entered the game as a pinch runner for Sano. Sano with 2 doubles and a walk, 2 runs scored out of the cleanup spot.
Nunez really good at hitting fastballs. See if he gets a fastball here in the first pitch.
Hacked to first, foul. And Avila was there to smother it.
McCann going out. Talk to his left-hander.
Twins got a couple in the 7th, but left 2 on. Got the game tied after a walk and a double started the inning, but weren't able to push across the winning run. And a great opportunity again here in the 10th. 1 strike to Nunez. Ouch. Rocket. Whistling line drive right over the roof of the Twins dugout. And now 0-2 to Nunez. And the game held up here. Fan got hit by that wicked foul. Nunez trying to straighten one out here. Any hit to the outfield should score Aaron Hicks from second base. Not only is a fan okay, she wants to stay and watch the end of the game. Oh, 0-2 to Nunez. Dribbled to the right side. And an out at first. 2 runners move up. And with 2 outs now, Shane Robinson will come to the plate. Nunez hitting a soft ground ball to Kinsler. And Robinson hitting in what was Plouffe's spot.
Yeah, it's pretty good play by Kinsler right there. Make sure you get an out right there. I don't think he wanted to try to backhand the ball to the force out at second.
Run doesn't mean anything.
Right. Get the out.
Robinson, 16 runs batted in. A drive to left center field. Davis going back, and he makes the catch. And the Twins come up empty-handed in the 10th. presented by Jack Link's Beef Jerky all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky, feed your wild side. To the 11th. Twins have had great opportunities to score the 5th run and have not been able to get it done. Now Neil Kotz comes out of the pen to pitch to the Tigers in the 11th, remembering now that in the 11th the Twins will have Byron Buxton hitting, and then the pitcher spot is due up because they use their designated hitter, the pinch runner Nunez, to come in and play defensively in the inning.
Hey, see the numbers on Kotz. He worked here on Monday night, 1 shutout inning in the Twins 7-1 run. When he threw 18 pitches, 12 for strikes. Did give up a hit, also with a strikeout.
Collins, the leadoff man. First pitch, fouled back. Collins singled and scored his last time up. Drove in the first 2 runs of the game with a chalk line double in the first.
He got a fastball in from Jepson in the 9th inning and got a base hit to right field.
Fouled away. This is the spot in the game, although it's different now for the Twins, who might have to pinch hit for the pitcher in the bottom of this inning. And Kenny Vargas is the only legitimate pinch hit candidate. Eric Fryer's also on the bench. 1-2. And now 2-2. But this is a situation where sometimes managers will go to a long reliever, figuring let's just let him go out there and it's his game to win or lose for 3 or 4 innings. But the guy on the roster who serves in that capacity for the Twins, Logan Darnell's got pneumonia. That's hit to center. And Buxton gets under it for the catch. 1 away. Tigers have already used Miguel Cabrera. He's out of the game. He made 1 pinch hitting appearance. Victor Martinez has been pinch run for. He's out of the game. The Mariners doing the Twins a favor. Jesus Montero with a 3-run home run in the middle innings, and the Mariners held on to beat the Angels. The Angels will fly here to Minnesota overnight. Another ball hit to Buxton in center field. 2 down. And Kotz gets a couple of fly ball outs here. So the Angels now drop to 3.5 games behind the Astros, who were thumped by the Rangers again. And the Twins in position to close in on the Astros with a win here tonight or tomorrow morning, whichever the case may be. You know, sometimes people don't need to say things, you know, but you can sense what they're thinking. Now, nobody in the truck said anything when I mentioned tomorrow morning, but I know what they're thinking. It's not very nice. Pitches up, ball 1.
Well, if we need to stay here all night and in the morning for the Twins to win, we're here.
By the way, going back to the 5th inning or whenever I talked about, I just canceled my golf date for tomorrow.
Oh, no.
We're supposed to tee off at 7:15. 1-0 to McCann. And a strike. So my golf season might very well end with my eagle today.
That is a positive. Forget about the other 8 holes that you messed up.
That's the secret of golf, isn't it? A short memory. 1-1 to McCann. And now 1-2.
Kotz, 35 years old, joined the Twins in late August from the Milwaukee Brewers. Made 51 relief appearances for the Brewers, making his 10th here for the Twins.
Half swing and a foul. can, and an otherwise lost season for the Tigers has emerged as somebody to build around. Very good behind the plate. Very competent at it. Vila, the former everyday catcher for the Tigers in the on-deck circle. Cott's trying to wrap up the top of the 11th. Popped up right side. Dozier out. Hicks is in. 3 fly ball outs and a nice tidy 1-2-3-11. At 4, bottom of the 11th coming up. Here's how we got here.
Well, Tyler Collins in the first inning scored the first, scored the first 2 runs by driving in a couple runs. Tigers took an early 2-0 lead. Twins came back with Rosario's 10th home run of the year. Made it a 2-1 ball game. Twins took the lead in the bottom of the 7th. But the Tigers came back in the top of the 9th and took the lead. Off of Jepson. Didn't look good, but the Twins, they know what's on line. They need to come back, and Trevor Plouffe a big RBI double, scoring Nunez to tie the ball game.
Crawl to face Byron Buxton leading off the 11th inning. Kenny Vargas has come onto the on-deck circle. And a check swing called strike. Twins have taken 3 leadoff walks in the last 4 innings. Great chance in the 10th. A walk followed by a single. And now 0-2.
Kroll came in and did a good job striking out Mauer. Got Nunez to ground out. Then the fly ball that was hit sharply off the bat of Robinson. But Davis caught up to it in center.
0-2. That's to right center, but plenty of airtime for Davis. 1 down. That'll bring up Vargas hitting in the pitcher spot. Twins with only Eric Fryer left on the bench, and of course he's a emergent. Well, he's the 3rd catcher and likely not to be used. Vargas with the power to send us all home. 1 for 7 as a pinch hitter. Twins, if there is a 12th inning, will have to pick from Octor, Tonkin, Graham, May, Dunsing, O'Rourke. 4 righties, 2 lefties. Here's Vargas. Outside, ball 1. Twins have basically run out of pinch runners. So if Vargas reaches, he'll stay in the game.
Oh, just hit it out. And you can run real slow.
On the outside corner, 1-1. Dunsing, who was warming up earlier, getting loose for a second time. Pounded foul, and it's 1-2. One and two to Vargas. Kroll's been outstanding, getting the 3 outs of the 10th and the 1st and the 11th. The outside corner, 2 down.
Second strikeout for Kroll.
Right there.
And now Suzuki will bat.
Good fastball, good location.
Perfect spot. And we welcome you to Thursday morning. Suzuki came up in that key spot in the 9th inning and hit a ground ball. Nicely played by Romine. They got the out at the plate. And Suzuki takes ball 1. Twins had the big threat, scoring 1 in the 9th to tie it, but they left 2 men on. Now Suzuki takes inside 2-0. Robinson, the runner, thrown out at the plate on Suzuki's chopper to Romine. Kind of a tough hop to field and a perfect throw to the plate. 2-0 to Suzuki. Popped up near the Twins dugout and caught by McCann. And we head to the 12th inning, still tied at 4. Twelfth inning, still tied at 4. Alex Avila will lead things off against left-hander Brian Dunsing.
Yeah, Dunsing, his first time in this series, he has worked. He last pitched on Saturday in Chicago, a shutout inning, and the Twins 8-2 loss, making his 52nd relief appearance. And the right guy out there, he's 4-0. Let's get a 1-2-3 inning and get him a win.
Alex Avila will lead things off. Alex singled his last time up, drew a walk earlier in the game. It'll be Avila, then Romine, then Davis scheduled to bat for the Tigers. And a first pitch strike.
A breaking ball right there by Bryant.
Vila just 3 for 27 against Dunsing. Swing and a miss. 0-2. Twins bullpen has retired 5 men in a row. Two strikes to the Tiger first baseman. Strike 3 on the outside corner.
Mainly a slider, but this is a curveball right here by Dunsing in a perfect spot. So on 3 pitches, he gets the first out of Avila.
Romine, a couple of hits and a couple of ground ball double plays. A slap to right. He's had a great series here, and he gets a 1-out single here in the 12th inning.
They got the fastball and just hit it the other way. 3rd hit of the ball game for Romine.
Rajai Davis. Davis 4 for 11 in his matchups with Dunsing. Twins have turned 4 double plays in the game and would like to get another one.
For Davis's second at bat, great jump by Romine.
He'll steal second standing up with Suzuki unable to handle ball 1.
Yeah, Romine stealing his 9th base of the year. 2nd stolen base for the Tigers here tonight.
Romine getting out of the 9 hole for the Tigers, and he has had a very good ball game here. First time he's reached second base. Go ahead run at second, 1 down, 1-0 to Rajai Davis. High pop up to Escobar. 2 down, and that'll leave this top of the 12th to Ian Kinsler. Kinsler singled his last time up. He had a couple of line drives for outs early in the ball game. Singled and stole second in the 10th.
Yeah, that off of Blaine Boyer.
Hit to right center field, and that'll be down for a hit. It'll put the Tigers in front. Kinsler drilling the first pitch for an RBI single.
Well, 2nd straight hit for Kinsler. He jumped on that first fastball. Another multi-hit game for Kinsler. That's 56 on the year. That's the most in the American League. So Kinsler picking up an RBI, his 69th of the year. Fastball down, lined it right back up the middle toward right center. Buxton retrieves, gets it back in, but Romine scores from second base.
The Tigers have another late inning lead here in the 12th. Fouled back with J.D. Martinez jumping on the first pitch. That's what you're talking about there. 56 times. And not many of them, I bet, have been 12-inning games. And it's his last 2 times up. And a throw to first.
Now Kinsler stole a base in the 10th inning off of Boyer.
Another throw to first.
Martinez singled his first time up. Since then, a couple of strikeouts, a ground ball, and a fly ball. One and one. Twins are due to send up Escobar, Hicks, and Dozier, and then Mauer and Nunez behind them. Now needing another run. Swing and a miss. 1-2. Tigers got a big 2-out double in the first inning to score their first 2 runs. And now a bigger 2-out single in the 12th to take the lead. Moya. It's not Moya. Castellanos is going to try to hit in the on-deck circle. If Dunsing doesn't get J.D. Martinez. And now Suzuki to the mound. Tonkin getting loose, perhaps in response to Castellanos, who might hit for Moya. Kinsler driving in his 69th run and a big one here in the 12th. Deep to left. Hit a ton. And gone. The Tigers lead by 3. On a 1-2 pitch, J.D. Martinez cranks his 37th home run of the year.
Wow, that was a breaking ball right into the swing of Martinez. Martinez now with 96 runs batted in. And the Tigers take a 7-4 lead. Suzuki had just gone out to talk to Dunsing. And Martinez golfed that ball out, and it went a long way.
The Tigers now lead by 3, 7-4. Moya, who was replaced in the on-deck circle, will swing and miss at Dunsing's first pitch. Swing and a miss on the second pitch. Moya entered the game in the 9th as a pinch hitter. He made contact, putting the ball in play in the 10th for the 3rd out, grounding out to Mauer. Is able to check there.
Moya's going to continue to get breaking balls if he shows that he cannot make contact.
One and 2. Slow breaking ball got him. That ends the inning. But 3 hits and 3 runs for the Tigers in the top of the 12th. A drive to left field. Are you kidding me?
What a comeback by the Twins.
The most electric moment at Target Field in years.
And the Twins need some more electricity. Eduardo Escobar will lead off the 12th with the Twins down by 3. Dozier set to bat third this inning.
And Ian Kroll still out there. He's retired all 6 batters he's been asked to get.
Escobar takes strike 1. Then Hicks, then Dozier, and if need be, and if the game's still alive, then Mauer and Nunez and Robinson. Up and away. Wasn't that long ago. Top of the 9th inning, Twins had a lead, had this game set up just fine. Irvin Santana went 7. Casey Fiend pitched a scoreless 8th, but Kevin Jepsen gave up 2 runs on 4 hits in the inning. And the Twins tied it up in the bottom of the 9th. Now the Tigers by 3. Swing and a miss, 1 and 2.
Well, Twins had 2 in the top of the bottom of the 10th had a chance. First couple runners got on, and then Kroll came in and kind of shut the door.
Struck out Mauer. That'll be the at bat that will stick in many Twins fans' craws. First and second, there was a passed ball in there. Second and third. Inside, now 2 and 2.
Let's go. Let's go.
Actually, when Mauer struck out, there were just runners at first and second. 2 and 2 to Escobar. And now a full count. Twins have been playing good baseball, and they have not in this series. They're just, the 2 teams have not played good baseball in this series. To left, hit hard, but right at Collins, who makes the catch. 1 down.
Yeah, Escobar gave it a ride, but as a line drive out to Collins and left.
Twins won the opener of this series 7-1. Kyle Lobb's team gave the Tigers a very short start. Tyler Duffy was really good. And an easy win for the Twins. Then Phil Hughes really struggled in his 3 innings yesterday, and the bullpen had to make up the rest of the game. Tigers may win the ball game, but a lot of leadoff walks. Hicks takes one down the middle of strike.
Well, like you said, the Twins, Santana 7 innings, and then Casey Fiend the 8th, but Jepsen his first blown save, and that's going to happen.
One strike to Hicks. And now a ball. Now, for what Ian Kroll has done here tonight, if the Tigers win this game in 12 innings, they ought to give him the win, the hold, and the save. So far, 7 up, 7 down.
So far, this is the longest outing that Kroll has had at the major league level. He had gone relief, mainly a guy that comes in and maybe faces 1 or 2 batters, but here tonight at 2 1/3 innings right now. Longest before that was 2 innings.
Off the plate, 3-1. Twins need a lot of help. Kroll has given Hicks a 3-ball count. Ball 4.
Well, first batter to get off on base off of Kroll.
And now Dozier singled his last time up. This is about as quiet
as I've ever heard Target Field, and I've been here in January. Not many fans left. Dozier 1 for 5. Trying to get aboard to get the tying run to the plate. Strike one. Swing and a miss. 0-2.
Kroll just airing it out. Fastball's at 95.
Two strikes. In the dirt. What a job McCann's done. Not a critical block with a 3-run lead, but here he is in the 12th inning. He's caught every inning of this series. And with the exception of the passed ball in the 9th inning, he's been brilliant behind the plate.
Yeah, he might have been crossed up on that pitch, too, the way that he kind of went at it. That's when Rondon was on the mound.
And a foul.
Games like this, you also have to credit the umpires of being out there the whole time. They don't get to come in and sit between innings.
And now outside 2-2.
Jeff Farrell warming up in the bullpen for the Tigers.
Chopped foul. Dozier battling Kroll here, trying to get on base for Bauer. Behind him, Nunez. Sano, in case you were wondering, and left the ball game for a pinch runner in the 9th after his leadoff walk. There's Farrell. He's ready to come in if called upon. And I suspect if Kroll loses Dozier, he may come in. Maybe after the Mauer at bat.
Right.
3-2. As you said, Kroll pitching in uncharted waters here. This is a long, long outing for him. He retired the first 7 batters.
He came into the ball game in 28 appearances, worked only 22 1/3 innings, even in the minor leagues this year. 28 relief appearances in Toledo, worked only 31 innings.
Backhanded. Romine 1 and 2, and the Tigers in 12 beat the Minnesota Twins and take the series 2-1. Anthony LaPanta, the Twins thought last night's loss was a tough one. This one's going to be even a little bit harder to stomach.
No doubt, so many opportunities for the Twins that got away. Tigers win it in extra innings. We'll take a look at how Irvin Santana pitched for the Twins and how key defensive plays helped keep them in the ball game. We'll hear from Paul Molitor and preview the Angels series next on Twins Live.